Hello, and we want to welcome you all today from around the world to today's Executive Intelligence Review Symposium, Peace on Earth or Humanity's Doom, The Case for Negotiations. We opened today with the composition Dona, Nobis, Pacem, Grant Us Peace, sung by the Schiller Institute New York City Chorus. Our first speaker this morning is the founder and head of the International Schiller Institute, Helga Zepp-LaRouche.
I greet you wherever you may be. Well, I mean, this program is actually a call for people to really wake up to the incredible danger in which mankind finds itself. A couple of months ago, a year ago, there were many calls by open letters, by many different groupings, in Germany, in other European countries, even in the United States. And since a little while, these calls have basically quieted down. And when I asked one of the signers of such an appeal recently why that is, the expression was that people sort of get paralyzed and tired. And also, if you are saying anything calling for negotiations, you are being attacked right now for negotiations in terms of settling the Ukraine crisis. So people somehow, stop doing that. But that is really what is extremely dangerous. And we are again about to sleepwalk into a new global war. Given the fact that the mainstream media, are not reporting anything which is really happening, but they are only, putting out what can be only characterized as war propaganda. Most people really have no idea how serious it is. But let me just mention a couple of facts. In the recent period, well, you saw that the Ukraine crisis is clearly escalating. You have on the one side, naturally, the Russian attacks on the, electricity and other infrastructure in Ukraine. You had a Ukrainian drone attack 500 kilometers deep into the territory of Russia, which is an escalation. Then you have the announcement that the United States will send Patriot missiles to Ukraine, where the Ukrainian soldiers are supposed to be trained in Germany for, to which the Russians have said that this will have a serious response. But much more important than all of that is a statement which was made by Putin on December 9th in a press conference in Bishkek, meeting of the Eurasian Economic, where he basically said that that Russia has to rethink its nuclear doctrine. That, and I'm now using my own words, that up to now Russia had the idea that they would only use nuclear weapons if the existence of the Russian territory would be existentially threatened. And he says that may have to be changed because while that they would have to learn from the United States. Now, what does he refer to? The United States at no point had a doctrine to not use a first strike. We had recently one of our top experts reviewing all the strategic, the nuclear, the review, nuclear post review, the different security papers of the United States. And what is really breathtaking when you read that, and I can only, advertise that you read in the Executive Intelligence Review in the coming issue that full documentation, and your hair will raise. The US at no point had a no first strike doctrine. And, basically the question then actually is posed that if you don't have such a doctrine, which the US had and which Russia had and China still has, then obviously the alternative is that you prepare for the potentiality of a first use. Now, I can't go through all the technical reasons for it, but in the recent period, there were two incidents which are quite hair-raising. One was that the USS West Virginia, that's a submarine, a nuclear-capable submarine, surfaced in the Arabian Sea. Normally, these nuclear submarines do everything possible to, hide and that their location is not being known. So this was already noticed with quite some, alarm. But then a little while later, just a couple of days ago, the USS Tennessee and which is also a nuclear-capable submarine, and a Vanguard class submarine of the Royal Navy, the British Royal Navy, surfaced basically in concert in somewhere in the Atlantic. And there were publications in the Russian media basically saying that Russia understands that as a signal that the US thinks, and there are some technical reasons to believe that they are capable of launching a first strike, and that Russia would have no chance to counter that. Now, Putin recently said that the Russia has hypersonic missiles and the United States not, but just again a couple of days ago there were successful tests launched by the U.S. Air Force about such hypersonic missiles. So there's a heightened arms race going on, obviously, in this respect. But the thing which has to be absolutely noted is that in case Russia has no ability to counter such a first strike, they have put in place for some time already what they call a doomsday apparatus, which would basically mean that even if the entire Russian leadership would be decapitated in a first strike, that they have set into motion an automatic launch of a second strike, which then, would mean global thermonuclear war, and with that, naturally, then the total destruction of civilization. So, and that naturally would then trigger the entire arsenal, also from NATO. Because you would have a launch from the two largest nuclear powers, Russia and the United States, and that would be it. As we have discussed at previous locations, this would then be followed by a nuclear winter of at least 10 years, and nothing would grow and no food would be there, and probably all of the people would starve to death in the following years. So this is what we are looking at, and this is why and all really top nuclear experts like Hans Christensen or Ted Postol, Stephen Starr, who will speak on this program later on, have warned that we are extremely close to that. And people like Paul Craig Roberts had an article saying one step away from Armageddon. And there are a few people who are following these developments and are warning it, but the majority of the people are completely clueless, how extremely dangerous this situation is. And that is why, apart from trying to put on the agenda the need for an international security and development architecture, practically since this war has broken out, and the Schiller Institute had many conferences about that, we are now at a situation where we really have to get a public debate that this has to stop, that the idea that the war has to be continued until Ukraine has either won or is in such a position that they can go to the negotiation table with a comfortable lead, which was just stated yesterday by the Biden administration again, that implies the danger that we are going to go into this catastrophe, because I cannot see that Russia will back down. And if the Crimea would come into the play, which was mentioned by the British think tank RUSI, asking for a Cuban crisis on steroids, before the end of this year, then we really are in a hopeless situation. So this is why we have launched an urgent appeal to pick up on a proposal coming from the Pope Francis, who already a couple of weeks ago had offered the venue of the Vatican for peace negotiations without any preconditions. And I think that is probably the last chance to get to the negotiation table in time before it is too late. And that proposal has been repeated by the Secretary of State of the Vatican, Cardinal Pietro Parolin. And this is what the Schiller Institute has called every force who is concerned with world peace, all the Catholic churches, all the Christian churches other than Catholic, all the other religious denominations, but also people of goodwill, to absolutely back this proposal and demand an immediate negotiation. So this is really what I wanted to say very emphatically, and I think I can only urge you, go to our websites, read the details of this documentation, and help us in this mobilization before it is too late.
Thank you, Helga. And if you've just joined us, welcome to today's EIR Symposium, Peace on Earth or Humanity's Doom, the Case for Negotiations. You've just heard Helga Zepp-LaRouche, the founder and leader of the Schiller Institute, and the winner of the 2022 Freedom of Expression Award of the Mexican Journalists Association. Our next speaker is Eva Bartlett. Eva is a Canadian independent journalist who spent years on the ground covering conflict zones in the Middle East, especially Syria and Palestine. And she is the recipient of the 2017 International Journalism Award for international reporting granted by the Mexican Journalist Press Club. Hello, Eva. Hi. I think you're muted.
Yeah, there we go. How's that? Thank you so much.
Good.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thanks for convening this panel. Very important timing. Given I've been reporting from the Donbass, that's what I'm going to speak about now. I'm sure you're all aware that prior to February 24th of this year, Ukraine, just prior, like in the weeks prior, Ukraine had significantly increased its already routine 8+ years shelling of the Donbass. As I mentioned, I've been reporting from the Donbass and Lugansk People's Republic this year, and I go down, I spend 3 weeks there, I come back here to my home in the Moscow Oblast, I go back for 3 weeks, et cetera, et cetera. So I've been back and forth 6 times this year. Every time I've been there, the Ukrainian shelling has intensified, and it's no longer on the peripheries, it's in the very heart of the city. And it's striking absolutely non-military areas. It's striking completely residential, commercial, civilian areas, busy streets, sidewalks, parks, playgrounds, apartment blocks. A few days ago, maybe 2 days ago, around 7 a.m., the people in Donetsk woke to 40 Grad missiles fired simultaneously by Ukraine, again on the city center. It was a catastrophic scene, pillars of smoke everywhere. A friend of mine sent me photos of an apartment building right near where he was renting, and it's the photos he sent were, showing a lot of destruction. And that place was just 2 minutes from an apartment I've rented on my past 3 visits. And I can attest that it is a completely residential area. There's no military targets there whatsoever. This is purely continued Ukrainian terrorism and Ukrainian war crimes. This morning, Ukraine started bombing at 2 a.m. and resumed at 8 a.m. On Wednesday in Donetsk, there's a press conference. The Joint Center for Control and Coordination, said that since mid-February, over 4,500 Donbass civilians have been killed by Ukraine's shelling. Now, in April, I wrote an article and I was looking at DPR and LPR, so Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic sources, about the number of civilians killed from 2014 on. And at that time, it was around 8,000, not talking about military, civilians killed by Ukrainian shelling and sniping. That was around 8,000 in the two republics. And now, since mid-February, another over 4,500 civilians have been killed. It's staggering. And of course, we're not hearing about that in the media at all. So as I mentioned, I've been going every time that I've been in Donetsk and around other cities, Gorlivka. Ukraine has intensified its shelling, and war crimes that were the Russian side doing it would be 24/7 on corporate media. In June, Ukraine's shelling of the center of the city included hitting the roof of a maternity hospital. Thankfully, women, the patients and the staff had already vacated to the basement because the shelling that day was so intense. In late July, I might have already addressed this to you in a previous panel, but in late July, it is important to emphasize that the shells containing hundreds of petal mines that Ukraine fired in late July continued to plague the civilians of the Donbass, the Donetsk People's Republic. As of early November, 87 civilians have been maimed by these mines, which are designed to tear off limbs, not to kill. In November, when I was back in Donetsk, I interviewed a 14-year-old teen whose foot was blown off. He was going to visit his grandmother, and he stepped on a mine in a playground. And this boy used to do breakdancing and mixed martial arts. These mines are so insidious, and Ukraine signed the Ottawa Convention prohibiting their use and pledged to destroy them, but has not done so. In August, Ukraine's bombing of the center of the city included right next to a hotel I was staying in at the time, killing a woman that was walking the sidewalk, and then shelling also a street or two away, killed 5 other people, tore them apart. And these were with NATO weapons. In September, when I returned, in just 5 days, Ukraine's shelling killed 26 civilians. One of the districts I went to, 13 civilians were killed. In one area of that neighborhood, 9 civilians were killed. And it was a nightmarish sight, their bodies or parts of their bodies strewn along the street. And these, again, bear in mind, it's not just journalists and Donbass residents that are seeing this, it's children as well. Imagine how scarred these children are from the shelling and from seeing such gruesome sights. In November, when I returned, the morning after I returned at 3:30 a.m., Ukraine fired, using HIMARS system, fired shells on the center of the city, targeting an administrative building. Thankfully, nobody was killed. I went there, it was just 2 blocks from the apartment I was renting. I went there, and some hours later, the fires were still burning. And I walked around to apartments next door, and I found somebody to talk to, a young mother. And she said that after the first sounds of bombings, she grabbed her toddler and ran for the toilet. If she hadn't done so, the kid would have been maimed at best or killed, because she found shrapnel and glass on his bed. So needless to say, I've seen, without exaggerating, dozens and dozens of dead civilians in Donetsk, all a product of Ukraine's shelling of civilian areas, often with Western weapons. You might see this flag here. It is the DPR flag. Now, I know that Western media, who frequently pose with Nazis or Al-Qaeda in Syria, or et cetera, will take issue with me having this flag in the wall. But for me, it's personal. The Donbass is somewhere that's become very dear to me, but also this flag, it represents to me the resilience of a people who the whole world, almost the whole world, has ignored, has shunned the genocide of their people. Or if they've been mentioned, they've been ridiculed as though their lives are not worthy. And of course, we know that's not the case. My colleagues and I document Ukraine's crimes against Donbass civilians because it's important to do so. It's important that this be known, but also so that eventually, ideally, Ukraine will be held accountable for those manifold war crimes. I know you are all over in the States working very hard to change things, to bring an end to this US proxy war against Russia, in which Ukrainians and ethnic Russians in Donbass are being killed. And I hope that we can change the discourse so that it's no longer whitewashed what Ukraine is doing, but we can speak very openly about the fact that Ukraine is committing genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. And if you've just joined us, we want to welcome you to today's EIR Symposium, Peace on Earth or Humanity's Doom, the Case for Negotiations. You've just heard independent journalist Eva Bartlett. Our next speaker is Garland Nixon. Garland was also that Sputnik Radio's The Critical Hour. He spent over 20 years in law enforcement, retired holding the rank of major, went on to teach criminal justice for several years before settling on full-time journalism. His topic is the Yago syndrome, the weaponization of self-destructive rage in Ukraine. Garland, good to see you.
Hi, and thank you for inviting me. I'm sounding okay?
Yep, you're sounding fine.
Okay, great. I think it's very important because this is a very important conversation because one of the things we're talking about is how do we get here? I saw a poll, and many people probably saw it several months back, where they said, which Americans are willing to continue to support Ukraine despite the possibility of a nuclear war. And there was an alarmingly high number. That was, how many Democrats, how many Republicans, et cetera, that said yes. And the question becomes, there's one thing when you say you're sleepwalking into nuclear war, you're sleepwalking into disaster. The other thing that I think is more applicable here is people who are assertively running towards disaster, who are assertively saying, let's go do this. We all got to join together. And how does that happen? So the term that I've been using is the weaponization of rage. And I'll give you a couple of instances. Number one, and the last one will be the Ukrainian extremists. Number one, that is, in order to get regular working class people, the working class, the poor, the working poor, et cetera, to go along with the wants of the rich and powerful, they have to convince them that their interests are aligned. We have the same interest, we have the same enemies, we have the same needs, things of that nature. And one of the ways they do that is, and here's an example, you weaponize rage. You create either you go find a place where there is existing anger and rage, or if it's not already there, you create it. An example of creating it would be the demonization of leaders of a country. Syria, there's nobody there. That's not a country. There's a person named Assad. Venezuela, there's a person named Maduro. Libya, there's a person named Gaddafi. You never say the word Russia. You always say Putin's doing this, Putin, Saddam Hussein. And so you demonize this person. You make this person a very evil, demonic figure. And you say, basically, and you create an environment where you see any good person, we're all on the side of good, of course, any good person would unite against this evil figure. So we've all joined in this wonderful battle to battle evil. Our interests align. We're all angry and rageful. This person used weapons of mass destruction on his own people. He did all these terrible things. You create an anger towards that person, a rage towards that person, a resentment. And of course, the accompanying emotion with anger is fear, right? So you hate this person, but you fear him at the same time. And so once you create that, you get the alignment, because now the wealthy, the oligarchs, the powerful say, well, I hate Assad. Don't you hate Assad? I hate Putin. Don't you hate Putin? They're terrible. And together, this person must be stopped or thwarted in their evil machinations, no matter what. And now you can drag people. You can take that rage and anger that you have created against this evil other person, and you can now get people to think in ways, act in ways, and take chances that they would never normally take, because they now believe that they are part of like this gigantic crusade for good that must stop this evil person. So one option is create the rage against the target and then utilize that rage as a weapon. Another one, which we all know very familiar with, whether it kind of works like this. Why does the US always seem to unite with these extremist organizations? You've got the Mujahideen Akhalq, the MEK, in who I think they're in Albania. They have a compound, but if you look into them, they're the Iranians hate them. Hate the actual Iranian people hate them. They consider them traitors. They've been parts of violent terrorist attacks on Iran. Kind of a really weird quasi-religious kind of cult that the U.S. fuels. But what is about it? They are angry and rageful at the Iranian leadership. So the U.S. comes in and says, hey, you hate the Iranian leadership, don't you? Yes, we do. You're furious and angry at them, aren't you? Yes, we are. Funny thing, so are we. I think we need to join. Our interests align. Why don't we help you and work together to take out these evil people that you hate so much? Now go to Ukraine, and what do you have? They go there and they're like, well, what do we have? We've got some Nazis. They go to the Nazis. You guys hate Russians. Oh my gosh, nobody hates Russians worse than us. We despise them. Yeah, you know, funny thing, we kind of feel the same way. Our interests align. What do you know? I got an idea. Why don't we help you? We'll work together to smite those evil Russians. So what do you have? You come into an environment where there's extremists that are rage-filled. They hate the Russians or whoever the target is, in this instance, the Russians. You come in, and that rage is the weapon that you use. You use it against your adversaries, right? But you also use it against your, and I use this word in air quotes, allies. So the Nazis, the fascists are your ostensible allies. You use that to convince them, look, we need you to throw all of your military-aged men out in front of the Russian artillery and get them wiped out. We just want to, you know, aggravate Russia for a while by continually throwing your bodies at them, by destroying your, by turning your country into a heap of trash. But we got to get you to go along with it. We can utilize your rage and stoke the rage and help. One of the things that happened after 2014, after the U.S. overthrew the government of, and this is interesting, a lot of people, when they talk about Nazis in Ukraine, right? Yeah, they were already there. There's a few of them. However, after the U.S. took control of the government, one of the things they did was they elevated their power. They increased their power. These fascist militias weren't actually formally part of the Ukrainian military until after the U.S. came to power. After the U.S. came to power, the U.S. then made them formally and officially part of the Ukrainian military and elevated them in many ways. They kind of almost made them iconic to the defense of Ukraine. They fed into that nationalism. They made heroes, right? Villains and heroes. They made heroes of them. They armed them. And then they used that hatred and anger and rage to basically make the entire country suicidal. Now, let me add this. They're doing the same thing to Poland, Slovakia, etc. They're going to these Baltic states that basically hate Russians, and they're saying, you hate Russians, right? You've got this rage at Russians. Yes, we do. We hate them. Perfect. So do we. It's the weaponization of rage. But when rage is weaponized, it's not just weaponized against the adversary, against the target. It's also weaponized against the erstwhile, the ostensible allies, because you have to convince people to take actions that are detrimental to their own health, to their own well-being, to their families, to everything, to throw it all away because they believe that you're aligned with them. Let me add one more thing. It works best when you have a weak ally, when you can create a David and Goliath scenario. So you come into your ally and you say, you guys want to fight the Russians, right? Yes, but you're very, very weak and you're not able to fight the Russians, are you? No, but we'd love to. We're extremely powerful. You can tap into our power, and now you can be extremely powerful. And you also kind of convince them that when they get in a lot of trouble, you'll be there to back them and help them, which you will. So you weaponize the rage and you use that against your allies to get them to take actions that are not in their best interest, and you use that rage of theirs to attack your enemy. So they're just tools. And I would even go further to say they're doing it to the entire Europe. If you look at Europe, there has been an underlying, still kind of, I'd call it a racism type thing against Slavic people in Western Europe. And they can go to the people and say, look, the Russians aren't as good as us. They're, a lower species, etc. And there's still some of that, let's be honest, in Europe. And you can use that to say, well, the Russians are a bunch of barbarians and they have to be dealt with. You're going to have to make some, and what does it come again? You've got to make some sacrifices, big sacrifices, but you're part of a gigantic alliance that's going against the people that you hate, the people that you're angry against, and feed the rage, because the rage is the weapon that allows you to A, use these proxies against your adversaries, and B, one second here, and B, to get your adversaries to put their own interests aside, believe that your interests are aligned with those, and then turn themselves into basically suicide bombers. I think that's what's going on in Europe. But keep in mind, that's what happens to the American people. It's pertinent to this conversation because it's one of the ways that the American people get convinced, do you hate Putin or Russia? Because it's the same thing starting to really leak in with China. Do you hate this other adversary? It is reckless, as we're all discussing, to put all humans on Earth in jeopardy for some neocon fantasy of eternal hegemony. But you give the people a cover story. No, certainly it's not that. It's because we're all together. We have to do good against this evil person out there. And then you just continue to feed them, whether it's Russiagate or whatever. You continually feed them more reasons to hate this adversary. And then when someone says to them, hey, you're risking nuclear war and human annihilation. Yes. But I am united with a group that is fighting evil. It's so important. It doesn't matter what could possibly happen. It doesn't matter what we put at risk because we've joined together to fight evil. And I think it's important to have that discussion, to understand that, because you have to get into that loop where people understand that they're being misled, and where you can get people aware that this anger and rage that they have is being created artificially, and then it's being used as a weapon against them and their adversary. I found that when you talk to people about this, which I do on radio, about this phenomenon, callers will call in and they'll kind of shake their head and say, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I can't see them shaking their head on the radio, but you get my point. All right, thanks a lot. That's my presentation as such as it is.
And thank you very much, Garland. And if you've just joined us, we want to welcome you to today's EIR Symposium, Peace on Earth or Humanity's Doom, the Case for Negotiations. You've just heard journalist Garland Nixon, good troublemaker, who just spoke on the topic, the Yago Syndrome, the weaponization of self-destructive rage in Ukraine. We're going to go now to a brief discussion with our three speakers, both because of constraints of time and also because we have a few questions. But I'd like to just have everybody brought up on screen and first ask Helga if you have any response to what you've heard so far. I think you're muted. Okay, could you try again?
I think what both speakers expressed, is that both the non-coverage of events in the Donbass and also, the weaponization of rage. I mean, this is really, there is only one explanation, and that it's all pre-war propaganda. You have to completely streamline the public opinion in such a way that people blind their eyes to what is actually going on. And they are not discussing, for example, I'm sorry, I have to come back what I said rather than what the two speakers said. But, the fact that Putin basically said, we have to learn from America and adjust our own nuclear doctrine to that, means you have two superpowers who have each something like 600 nuclear warheads, mainly 1,500 of them launch on warning, that they can be triggered instantly, with a warning time for Russia, for example, down to 7 or so minutes. And now basically, because of all of these developments and the fact that President Biden said or did not ever come through with his promise that he would adjust the US military doctrine to affirm no first use, and therefore the first use is still part of the US doctrine. And now Putin says, well, if things go the way they are, we have to do likewise, and we have to learn from our American partners. They're not exactly partners anymore, to take only care of our own interest. That means you have two nuclear forces, superpowers, if you want, ready to launch a first strike. The potential that this goes wrong by accident, by misreading of some, incident on the radar screen, this is so big. If people would not be brainwashed by what Garland Nixon was saying and what Eva Bartlett was saying in terms of not knowing the full story, they would be absolutely on the streets. They would demand from their congressmen, their senators, their parliamentarians to immediately intervene and demand from the governments that this must be stopped. And the fact that this is not happening shows you that what is the purpose of this weaponization of rage. This is creating an enemy image shortly before you go to war. And I wish I could say something more elevating, but I think that is where we are at.
Okay, Eva, just wanted to give you a chance. I know you don't have to go. We do have a question for you, but just to see if you have any response to what Helga just said or any other thoughts at the moment. I think you're muted again.
No, thank you. I think both Helga and Garland very eloquently expressed what's going on, and I really appreciate what you had to say about. I mean, because we've seen that again with so many conflicts, precisely what you laid out about weaponizing rage. Yeah.
Okay. We have a question from Bella, and she's asking, I'm interested to hear the speaker's opinion on how Russia can be persuaded to have any negotiations with the West, given ex-German Chancellor Angela Merkel's statement on the Minsk Agreements. So let me start first with you, Helga, and then I'm going to ask Garland and then Eva.
But I must say that, I I never had a very high opinion of Merkel, but that she would do this even astonishes me. When Merkel was still chancellor, there was a common talk in Germany, the $64 million question or euro question. What is she really up to? Is she honest? Is she just playing her cards close to the chest? And it was very difficult to decipher because she was this kind of untransparent person. But I had certain indications that there was another side to her. But for her to basically admit now to have lied, that the whole Minsk negotiation or non-negotiation was just a charade to gain time for the Ukrainian military buildup, I mean, that really takes a flaw in her character, which is worse than what anybody thought. I mean, basically what it means is that now the trust to any Western politician is at zero, because how do you know that they're not lying when they're saying something? And, there were opinions written that maybe she was serious in 2015 and that only now she is saying what she's saying to adjust to the prevailing opinion in the transatlantic world, that she rather admits that, or rather says she was lying earlier in order to please Washington and London now. But if you look at what she actually did in 2015, and unfortunately France as well, because Germany and France go together, then they did nothing to enforce the Minsk process. So therefore, it's probably true what she says, that she consciously did that from the beginning in order to deceive Russia. Now that means there is no trust right now. And that is why, many people have also reacted to my proposal to pick up on the proposal by the Vatican to use the Vatican as a venue for negotiations. And people said, oh, we don't like the Pope. But it doesn't matter. You have to think hard. What can be done at this late stage of the game? Where is the authority which still has any credibility? And, the Catholic Church has more than 1 billion members. The Pope, despite all problems, which occurred in the recent period, still is a moral figure way above the politicians of your normal politics. He's respected by other religious leaders of all the denominations. And, I really think that this idea to have a worldwide chorus, and talking about chorus, the reason why we have this Dona, Nobis, Pacem campaign is because we want to have many, many choruses in all the churches but also ordinary choruses, families who like to sing. Go out in the street and sing this canon so that we have in all continents a powerful chorus of people who say, give us peace in the most beautiful musical expression. But I really call on people again, that there is almost no chance left. Merkel did history and herself and Germany and peace a terrible disfavor. And we have to really think hard what we can do to remedy the situation before it is too late.
Okay, Garland, you have anything to say on that?
Sure. To be frank, I don't think it changes things at all for Russia. At least a year before the conflict started, Sergei Lavrov mentioned that he believed that the United States was not, what's the term he used, agreement capable or something thereof. If you look at what's happening with the Iran nuclear agreement. Several years ago, Vladimir Putin said, well, and I'm paraphrasing, the president of the United States can say whatever he wants to say, but then the guys with the black suits and the briefcases come in. I believe that the Russians already saw the United States as incapable and unwilling to make an agreement. They've also discussed how the U.S. in the past already, the U.S. makes an agreement and they only keep the agreement if they feel that it benefits him, if they don't, it backs out. So I think Petro Poroshenko, former president of Ukraine, puppet president of Ukraine, recently, within several months ago, over the summer, said the same thing as Angela Merkel. We only did that so we could build up our military. Basically, diplomacy is the art of saying nice doggy until you can find a rock to hit the doggy over the head with. So I don't think it changes things. I believe that the Russians see two things. I mean, by saying this, believe that they're going to have to win this on the battlefield, which they are setting themselves up to do, number one. And number two, they're going to have to impose an agreement from a position of strength, because I don't think they believe that an agreement that is made with, again, let's look what happened with Trump with the nuclear agreement. I think they also believe that, so let's say we make an agreement with the Biden administration. Even if they decide to keep it, the next DeSantis, whoever comes in, says, no, decided I'm going to drop out of it. I'm not going along with the agreement. So I think they're only going to accept an agreement, to be quite honest, or they only see a world wherein they impose agreement on their border. They impose a security agreement. The only exception I would believe is this. They've also made it clear that they see now they're kind of mocking the Europeans, saying, come on, these people, and Vladimir Putin literally said the Americans are wiping their feet on you. They're using you for doormats, right? I think they would also have to see that the European leaders, the European countries, are willing to put their strategic interest. They are willing to inject them into the conversation rather than accepting whatever is dictated by the United States. They don't see that happening. I don't see it happening without any government. So I think what we're seeing play itself out, bar any kind of changes, is the Russians are intending on imposing their will on their border, imposing their military will, and it being in a military position to defend that imposition of whatever they decide they have to do.
Okay. Eva, I know you have to get going. So there's a question for you. It was, given what you reported about long-term attacks on civilians in the Donbass, doesn't this counter the line that Russia's special military operation was unprovoked?
Absolutely. Yeah. Let me just process that again. Counter that it was unprovoked. You mean the allegation by the West that it was unprovoked?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what we've just said now about Merkel and Poroshenko saying they never intended to abide by the Minsk Accords emphasizes, and that's actually what I was going to say. I didn't have anything really to add to what the two previous speakers said, but that it absolutely emphasizes that the hell, frankly, that the people of the Donbass have endured since 2014. Whereas it could have been preventable if there had been honest players at the table. All these people have died. knowing with Ukraine and its backers knowing that they never intended for any sort of peaceful negotiations. So no, it does. I mean, you have reports that, as I said earlier, Ukraine's shelling of the Donbass intensified before Russia began its special military operation. So, in January and February of this year. And then you have this, like, frankly, just it's on the one hand, it's startling that they're just so brazen in admitting that they never intended to adhere to the peace accords. But on the other hand, it just also emphasizes their hypocrisy and deceitful nature. So I think, back to the question, it couldn't be more clear that Russia, which until the very last minute effectively was trying to find a peaceful solution, was pushed to commence this military operation. And I don't know, for people who continue to say that Russia is the aggressor, excuse me, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's now laid out on the table. We see who never intended for peace, and we see that the Russian side was trying for peace. So for the sake of peace for everyone, Donbass, and for Ukrainians themselves, I hope that Russia achieves its goals in denazifying and demilitarizing Ukraine. And I hope that there's, I don't know how that will come about, but I hope that a non-corrupt regime in Ukraine is able to come to power. And, Russia, I think, was always offering to work with Ukraine for, mutual benefits. And as Helga and Garland have pointed out, the U.S. has its own interest, and it has not at all been the well-being of the people in this region.
We just got another one for you. I know we may be prevailing on your time, so let me just, you can do as quickly as you wish. It says, this is from Kynan. It says, Eva, thank you for your integrity and courage that you've shown in actually going into these places, despite the danger it poses to yourself and your colleagues. Given the interviews that you've conducted with Ukrainian civilians in the Donbass, what are they actually saying about the conflict itself? Do these people actually support what the Zelensky regime is doing, or do they want an end to the war, despite what the mainstream media leads us to believe? Helga has recently proposed 10 principles for a new international security and development architecture, including the elimination of poverty, disease, and improving life expectancy. But what can be done to break through the narrative and actually provoke a serious discussion on this war?
Oh, that last question, I don't really know. I mean, I'm doing what I can, regardless of whether people are going to take me as credible or not. If they don't want to, I mean, it's out of my hands to break through that. They're if they happen to be so brainwashed, they cannot believe that the bodies I'm filming are actual bodies and not actors. I didn't quite understand the question. I think there's something about whether the Ukrainian people I've met believe Zelensky is doing this.
The war? Yeah, what are they? I think he's just asking what their view is of all this.
Well, they're exhausted. And bearing in mind that I've been reporting from the Donbass, I cannot go to other parts of the Ukraine, as we've talked about in previous panels, because the kill list, and I certainly wouldn't be allowed to report with any sort of press freedom on the other side. So I'm reporting exclusively from the Donbass. They're very well aware of what the Ukrainian government has been doing to them. In 2019, when I went there for the first time, they asked me, what do the people in Canada think about the fact that there are Nazis in the government and Nazis in Ukraine? And I said they don't know because our media is not telling them. And they also said things like, we're happy to talk to you, journalists, but you come here, you report, and nothing changes. And they were very, this disingenuous Western trope that these bombs that are killing civilians in the Donbass and destroying buildings, they're Russian bombings. It's the same kind of disingenuous lies that we heard in Syria. I heard it time and again, that the people that were being maimed and killed by bombings from Eastern Ghouta or Eastern Aleppo or wherever were actually being injured or killed by Syrian government bombings. And it's so dishonest. The people that are under the bombs know very well from whom they're coming. So back to the question, people, I was going to say earlier when I was speaking about my update, I don't think I said it, but so if I'm repeating myself, I'm sorry. But when I was telling people, I know in the Donbass, like, I'm coming back, is there anything I can bring you? And they just said peace, and that's also during the referendum. I was there during the referendum in September. And, I would first ask people if they were going to participate or if they had participated. And then I would ask what they hoped the outcome would be. And it was always peace, peace, peace. That's what they want. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Eva, for being with us. I know you may have to get going in any minute. So
it's an honor to be with all of you.
Yeah, well, we feel honored by the fact that you're with us. Helga, you have anything you want to respond to at this point, or should I have another couple of questions? Just continue. Okay, this question is from Colin Hamill, and this is directed to both Helga and also to Garland. Does the EU still seem like a good idea when Ursula von der Leyen is making everyone do the USA's bidding at great cost to all Europeans and businesses?
I'd sure like to answer that. It's something I've been talking about a while. You got to understand what the EU is. The EU and NATO are sister organizations. All they are an umbrella organization that the U.S. empire used to bring its colonies and vassals together. The NATO is the umbrella organization that the U.S. brought all of its vassal colonies together so that it could take control of their foreign policy. The EU is the umbrella organization that it brought all of their European colonies and vassals together so it could have easy control of their domestic policy, their cultural policy, their economic policy. So it's a lot easier if you bring them all together in one room and control them all together. And I'll make a quick example of this. What happened with the UK? A lot of people, both conservatives and working people, said, let's go and do Brexit. We'll get out of the EU. Well, and what was their real concern? Their concern was that they didn't have sovereignty. They didn't have independence. So they got out of the EU. And then they had even less sovereignty and independence. It didn't affect the issue of sovereignty and independence. Why? Because they are not puppets. The UK is something different. The others are puppets for or colonies of the US. The UK literally sees themselves as an extension, as part of the US-UK Anglo-Saxon empire, as it were. So once the British got out of the EU, they actually became even closer and got absorbed directly into the US empire, as opposed to having at least this umbrella organization between them and the US empire say that they got even less sovereignty and less independence. So yeah, the EU, if you see it as an American project and NATO as the American project, as sister projects, one to control foreign policy, one to control domestic culture and economic policy, then it makes a lot more sense through that context.
Okay, Helga?
Well, the EU is definitely not an organization which in the slightest would represent the interest of its member countries. And I think that, I'm still not convinced that the EU is going to be there for forever. And it has so many internal contradictions because, right now, for example, Ursula von der Leyen is trying to punish Hungary, Orban. Orban is another one of these hate objects for these oligarchs. But there are also tensions, with the South. The Greeks have never forgiven what the so-called Troika has done in order to destroy the Greek economy. Right now you have a new government in Italy, which in some parts agrees with this agenda, but then also does certain things in respect with China. Meloni is, not giving up the memorandum of understanding with China. So there are a lot of contradictions, and I think, both Eva and Garland, I understand why you are discussing the things the way you do, but I tend to a little bit disagree with the conclusion, because, obviously not with what Eva is saying about the situation in Donbass, but I think if one takes the attitude and says, this is all set in stone, this is going to happen, Russia will assert its power in the Ukraine, maybe I'm sure that that's what they intend to do. But the problem with that is, I mean, we are sitting on the powder keg of a potential destruction, annihilation of humanity. And therefore, I think the approach we have to take to that, including to this monstrous European Union. I have written an article calling on European nations to leave the EU many years ago already, saying we need a declaration of independence against the supranational bureaucracy. You have a gigantic bureaucracy, which is, I mean, they're being, involved in all kinds of corrupt deals now. One such scandal has erupted big time, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. I think that, we have to organize the vessels, and unfortunately, that is not the view only of people in Russia. You have many people in the developing sector who say Europeans lost all sovereignty. They are the vessels of the US and the British Empire. And if you look at the role of the British in instigating this war at this time, it's very, very clear that it's still the American muscle and the British brain driving this crisis forward. So I think, the approach I take is different insofar as we have to make a really concerted effort to change that. Because the logic of things is such that you have a dying empire. The transatlantic financial system is definitely blowing out. We have a hyperinflationary collapse like Germany in 1923, except this time it's not only in one country, it's in the entire transatlantic sector, including the countries who are basically under the dollar regime. And if this system collapses more, and you see right now that the central banks do not find a way out between the Scylla and Charybdis of quantitative easing because they fear collapses and bankruptcies. They'll go to quantitative tightening because they fear inflation. Then they run back to QE. There is no solution within the system. And that is why, I have, in the Schiller Institute in general, we have taken an all-comprehensive approach that we have to get a new international security and development architecture, which takes all the problems into account at the same time. And, I think it does not help to just comment things and, see how mankind is moving into its final tragedy. I think we have to mobilize the population inside the United States, that the United States takes up the offers of China, for example, to cooperate. I mean, I think even with the Russians, if there would be a serious sign coming from the Europeans, as you say, I agree with that, that there is a willingness to settle this in a completely different way, a solution can be found. And I think we have to put all our efforts to make that such a solution is being put on the agenda, because I think if you leave the course of events as they are, the result will be nothing, not even a historian to report about what happened.
Okay, Helga, we have a question for you, actually two questions. One is from Idle Hans. He says, Helga was saying yesterday that she believes the Vatican and Pope Francis could be instrumental in furthering peace talks, but I disagree. Why do you feel this way? And then the second question is from Yenna Hem. What Christian groups or churches are working with you for peace so I can join their efforts? So those are the two questions.
Well, unfortunately, the first question I did not ask why he disagrees. I think that would be interesting to know. I mean, look, I said it before. Where in this planet or on this planet is a combination of people who can be above the parties? Naturally, you have right now a very powerful combination of countries emerging with the BRICS Plus. Now, this is, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, plus 17 countries of the Global South have now applied for full membership. Now that is incredible, because already the BRICS have a higher GDP than the G7. So they are clearly becoming the more powerful dynamic in the world. And if all these 17 countries are joining, they are clearly the majority of the world population. Then you have the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is in close cooperation with the BRICS and the Eurasian Economic Union. And that many other countries like the African Union and other organizations of the global south all want a new world economic order which allows them to survive, overcome poverty, overcome underdevelopment. This is very good, but none of these leaders, and they may be very good, has the statue to be above the parties, because Xi Jinping is a target of hatred, and himself, Putin for sure not. In the developing countries, you have exceptional persons, leaders, but I think none of them would be somebody who could tell, the Europeans, for example, what they should do. And I'm not saying that the Pope is the best possible option, or he is the best possible option, because there is nobody else. You need a figure, or you need an institution. And despite all the problems, the Catholic Church is an institution which is more than 2,000 years old. It has lasted 2,000 years. I mean, that's not to be, belittled. And as I said, it is an organization which gives both sides a way out. That is why I think it's so important that Cardinal Parolin reiterated that they want to offer the venue of the Vatican as a place without preconditions. Because if one or the other side come and says, I insist that this must be solved or else it doesn't happen, you will not find a solution. And I agree that the present governments are very unlikely to follow such a proposal. But if we mobilize the population, if we mobilize the congregations, the churches, the believers of all religions, and I think we really have to appeal to the Muslims, to the Buddhists, to other people who, have other religions, but not only religions, the trade unions, the business associations, anybody who realizes that we are on a course to disaster. They have to mobilize and support what this offer is. It's not something which is a static proposal. It's a dynamic proposal, and it will only work if we succeed to get a lot of people to act, as I said before, it is too late.
Okay, well, before we resume hearing from our speakers, let me just ask Garland if you have any response to Helga. I know Helga may have to be going and she may not be there for later. So just if you have any thoughts about what she had to say.
I'll make it brief, and that is, I agree with Helga, and for a lot of the same reasons, but I would add this: any port in a storm. When the stakes are this high, which is the survival of humankind, I don't think you summarily dismiss any avenue that's available to make an attempt to resolve your issues. If the Pope says, hey, I'm ready to talk, you give it a shot. If someone else says it, or some other, religious or a social group or organization says we want to be involved, or we want to try to help resolve this issue, I don't think you should turn your back on any of them. So I'm with Helga, and it's mainly because the stakes are so high. Why not? If I would rather try, if the Pope wants to make some effort to resolve this issue, I would rather try, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, than simply summarily dismiss it, only to find out later that nothing worked. I think we have to turn it over every rock, and maybe by doing that, we'll find something. It could be the Pope, but it could be something else. That's my opinion.
Okay, very good. Well, we want to thank Helga Zepp-LaRouche for being able to be with us for this long on today's symposium. If there's other questions that people have, we can forward them to Helga or to Eva Bartlett. What we're going to do now is to resume our hearing from our speakers, and there will be another question and answer period subsequent. All right, so the next speaker on our program today, and if you just joined us, by the way, we welcome you to today's EIR Symposium, Peace on Earth or Humanity's Doom, the Case for Negotiations. And we have just finished a Q&A period in which we've talked with Garland Nixon, Eva Bartlett, and Helga Zepp-LaRouche, founder and leader of the Schiller Institute. We're now going to hear from Colonel Richard Black. Colonel Black is a former U.S. State Senator, a state senator from Virginia. And he was the head of the Criminal Armies Law Division at the Pentagon, served 31 years in the Marines and in the Army, and then served in the Virginia House of Delegates from 1998 to 2006, and the Virginia Senate from 2012 to 2020.
This year, the Biden administration reversed the long-standing U.S. policy that prohibited the first use of nuclear weapons. That means that now the U.S. may, at any time, launch a surprise nuclear attack on Russia, a nuclear Pearl Harbor, raining down hydrogen bombs on pedestrians in Moscow and St. Petersburg. That will, of course, signal the start of World War III, triggering a nuclear holocaust that will end all human civilization. In response to this newly aggressive policy, President Putin of Russia has been forced to consider adopting a dramatic change to Russian nuclear doctrine. And no change is certain yet, but if it's approved, Russia would counter Biden's radical new policy with a first strike doctrine of its own. Russia is deeply concerned because NATO has moved its nuclear weapons ever closer, encircling the Russian Federation with missiles. At the same time, the U.S. has allowed, we don't know, perhaps encouraged Ukraine to launch provocative drone strikes deep within Russia in an attempt to destroy Russia's nuclear deterrent forces. Russia is a nuclear superpower with 6,000 nuclear warheads. 1,588 of them are ready for immediate launch at any time. A robust second strike capability would survive any American surprise attack on Russia. That second strike capability could rain down hydrogen warheads that would destroy New York City, Washington, D.C., the Pentagon, and hundreds of other targets across America. At the same time, Russia's submarines armed with nuclear missiles would shower down warheads on Europe, hitting London, Paris, Rome, Berlin, Madrid, Amsterdam, Brussels, Warsaw, Kiev, Stockholm, Oslo, Helsinki, and Bucharest. All would be incinerated, blasted to ruins, and swept by massive clouds of radioactive particles that would rain down on smaller cities for weeks. Many nations in Asia, like Japan, Australia, South Korea, would be exterminated too. America's first use nuclear doctrine may spell the end of mankind. We must draw back before something triggers a colossal war. Now, the ongoing battle for Bakhmut in Ukraine has gradually become a disaster for the Ukrainian army. As Russia has successfully embarked on quadrupling its armed forces by early next year, Ukraine's own army is withering. Their troops are being thrown by the thousands into a cauldron of death in Bakhmut, and they do not seem to have any solution to the problem. Russia is winning in Bakhmut, Ukraine is losing in Bakhmut, and this proves or indicates that it is becoming a major strategic battle within the war. Now, even General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, admitted that Ukraine is unlikely to make further advances against Russia's forces. Ursula von der Leyen, president of the EU Commission, just revealed that the Ukrainian army has lost 100,000 men killed in battle so far this year. And although she equivocated later under pressure from Ukraine, from President Zelensky, there are published soldiers' obituaries that have been tallied up, and they back up the original 100,000 figure. The Ukrainian death toll is utterly shocking. An entire generation of Ukrainian men is dying in battle today. Ukraine's population is simply too small to reconstitute its army. The war is lost. And after its army collapses, what then? Will the foreign policy establishment, having promised easy victory for the West, now resort to nuclear weapons to vindicate the sudden, unexpected disaster that is looming on the battlefield today? The U.S. must push for a truce and for peace talks using whatever format and intermediaries the parties will accept. The risks to humanity are increasing by the day, and we must act now.
Thank you, Colonel Black. And if you've just joined us, welcome to today's EIR Symposium, Peace on Earth or Humanity's Doom, the case for negotiations. You just heard from Colonel Richard Black, former state senator in Virginia and former official with the Pentagon's JAG Corps. Our next speaker is Stephen Starr, nuclear weapons expert and director of the University of Missouri's Clinical Laboratory Science Program. He's also the senior scientist for the Physicians for Social Responsibility. Steve, hello.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thanks for having me today. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk. I'm going to share my screen. I have a PowerPoint presentation I'd like to use. So I want to give an example of what Americans are being told about nuclear war. It's not just war propaganda we get about Ukraine, but this was a screenshot of a video that was issued recently by the New York Emergency Management to tell people how to survive a nuclear attack. And apparently it's quite easy. All you have to do is get inside fast, stay inside, shut your doors and windows. If you have fallout on you, you should take a shower and soap and shampoo, and then stay tuned and follow the media, and officials will send wireless and emergency alerts. I'm not sure if the people in Washington actually believe this, but it's unfortunately, it may be many Americans who we're not taught about nuclear weapons anymore in our schools. I teach a class at the University of Missouri on nuclear weapons, and I get a lot of really brilliant students, but they have no idea about what the reality of nuclear war is. What I do worry about is that the neocons in Washington that are running foreign policy do believe they can win a nuclear war. I think this goes back to 2006. The Council on Foreign Relations published an article in Foreign Affairs called "The Rise of U.S. Nuclear Primacy," and the academics that published this essentially stated that the U.S. could have a first strike against Russia and eliminate 100% of Russia's ability to retaliate with nuclear weapons. That's false, but so in case anybody in Washington's watching, I want to explain a little bit more about nuclear weapons. So we have conventional weapons, non-nuclear weapons, high explosive weapons. The largest one in the U.S. arsenal has 11 tons of TNT explosive power. A ton is 2,000 pounds, so that's 22,000 pounds of TNT. Nuclear weapons are described in terms of kilotons. Kilo means 1,000, so this has 1/100th of a kiloton explosive power. It's pretty big bomb. Well, the Hiroshima-sized nuclear weapon has 15,000 tons of TNT explosive power, 30 million pounds of TNT. So you can see it's roughly 1,000 times larger than the largest conventional weapon. But nuclear weapons are not, describe them simply in terms of explosive power misses the fundamental point that they're like a piece of the sun, and the temperatures that are created by it, like on the surface of the nuclear fireball, is actually hotter than the surface of the sun. So when a nuclear weapon's detonated over a city, it will instantly cause fires that will ignite anything remotely flammable for many miles in diameter. This was what Hiroshima looked like before the atomic bomb, and this is what it looked like afterwards. About 4 or 5 square miles were incinerated in a nuclear firestorm. Well, the US and Russia have strategic nuclear weapons that are 7 to 87 times more powerful than the Hiroshima atomic bomb. These are the ones that are the launch-ready weapons, as Senator Black mentioned, that can be launched, in a matter of minutes. And I want to compare, if you look on the left, you'll see the 15 kiloton warhead sets 4 square miles on fire, whereas a standard Russian nuclear weapon will set 100 square miles on fire in almost any weather conditions, up to 150 square miles on a clear day. So you can imagine, a war fought with these, where there's hundreds or thousands of these detonated within a period of an hour. It's unimaginable, but that's what you have to think of in a nuclear war. This is a video of a thermonuclear detonation in the South Pacific. Give you some idea, but that film was taken from a distance of 50 miles. These palm trees on this island are within the fire zone. You can see them starting to ignite from the heat from the fireball. The fireball creates a blast wave that moves outward at hundreds of miles long. And you can see it spreading outward. That's actually on the surface of the ocean where it expands. You can see it approaching on the ocean, approaching the island, and when it strikes a palm tree, it's blown to bits. The blast wave moves at hundreds of miles per hour. So that's one strategic nuclear weapon. In 5 to 15 minutes time, the US and Russia can each launch 800 to 1,000 strategic nuclear warheads at each other. So it's been believed for a long time that the US and Russia both employ the launch on warning policy. The US has tried to deny it, but what this means is that a retaliatory nuclear strike is launched when a US or Russian early warning systems detect enemy nuclear attack. We have early warning satellites and radar. If they see attack coming, then the idea is to launch their nuclear weapons before they're hit. So the strike is launched while the enemy missiles are still in the air, but before any nuclear detonation occurs. So we don't have any proof of it. We just think it's a nuclear attack. A false warning of attack believed to be true would make the retaliatory strike a nuclear first strike and start a nuclear war. As Helga and Senator Black mentioned earlier, on December 9th, Putin discussed, he had a press conference that said Russia could adapt the US preemptive strike method. And what I found striking about this conference was that for the first time, he publicly stated that Russia uses the launch on warning policy. And I can't remember in decades that ever being made public. And he said, this is a quote, "When the early warning system receives a signal about a missile attack, we launch hundreds of missiles that are impossible to stop." So an intercontinental ballistic missile has about a 30-minute flight time from the US to Russia, and from Russia to the US. If you launch a submarine-launched ballistic missile off the coast, you can park a sub off the coast of the US or off Russian coast. Well, then that missile can hit targets in the US and Russia in as little as 7 to 10 minutes. Well, when you have a missile coming in that's going to hit your capital in 7 to 10 minutes, you don't have very much time to decide what to do. NORAD in the US is given 3 minutes to detect and to confirm the attack. At that point, the president's contacted and he's given a 30-second phone conference with the Joint Chiefs and various people, and then he has to decide what to do. So let's assume he believes that the attack is real and he orders a nuclear attack. And 2 to 3 minutes are required to give and transmit the launch order to the ICBMs fields in the US. They always keep their missiles powered up and ready to go. And it takes about 2 minutes for the ICBM launch to occur from these land-based missiles. The order is also transmitted to submarines, and it takes 15 minutes for them to launch. If the attack warning was false, again, you start a nuclear war. This is NORAD. This is where they would see an attack coming in. Russia has something similar. They have a command center. Everybody's always watching for an attack. Well, I should mention that Russia can issue a launch order that will bypass all the lower levels of command. They're poised to launch an attack within 10 minutes or less. And the nuclear suitcases that are allowed, that permit the permission order for the attack to be given, are carried by the Russian president, the defense minister, and the chief of the general staff. The Russian general staff can order a remote launch of land-based missiles would bypass a subordinate chain of command and missile launch crews. In other words, they can push a button and launch the missiles from their national command center. Russia also has a dead hand system that can use rockets to order the launch of its forces. Helga mentioned this. They call it perimeter in Russia, or was nicknamed the dead hand. And these rockets will launch orders to all surviving Russian nuclear forces. Yeah, they developed a system with the idea that if the leadership was killed by a surprise attack, they would still be able to order a retaliatory launch. So there's a launch crew in a remote bunker standing by 24 hours a day. It's waiting. It has a set of criteria that it has to use before it can issue the attack, before it can launch the emergency communication rockets. But basically, there's a loss of communication in a variety of different channels. And there's also nuclear detonation detectors that verify there's a nuclear attack. If all these criteria are met, then they can launch these rockets, and they will broadcast launch orders to all surviving Russian nuclear forces, and they will all be launched remotely with these command from these rockets. And I've always worried, what if one of these rockets is launched by accident or something? But there's lots of things to worry about. Once the missiles are launched, they can't be recalled. So this is a video that a German animator helped me create. It shows what would happen if the US and Russia begin and going into a full-scale nuclear war. And I want to say what's shown at the end of it is based on the peer-reviewed studies on nuclear winter, and these have been published for 16 years in scientific journals, and they've been subject to criticism, and they haven't been found to be lacking or faulty in their projections. So sometime this winter, NATO troops enter Ukraine and a war with Russia begins. In retaliation for a US cruise missile strikes against Russian forces, Russia fires a missile and sinks a US guided missile cruiser in the Black Sea. The US then uses a nuclear weapon to sink Russian ships in the Black Sea. This can be done with F-16s carrying B-12 gravity bombs. Russia then strikes NATO targets throughout Europe. And the US then launches a massive nuclear strike against Russia. Russia early warning systems detect this, and Russia launches a massive nuclear strike against the US and Europe. So more than 3,000 nuclear detonations occur within 1 hour, and these would be strategic nuclear weapons. And all the major cities of Europe, the United States, and Russia would be incinerated. Massive nuclear firestorms would cover hundreds of thousands of square miles. Everything remotely flammable in the fire zones would burn. These nuclear firestorms predicted to produce about 150 million tons of soot and smoke. This smoke would rapidly rise into the stratosphere above cloud level, where it could not be rained out, and spread around the Earth in a matter of about 10 days to 2 weeks. The smoke then forms a global stratospheric smoke layer. About 70% of sunlight would be blocked in the northern hemisphere, and 35% would be blocked in the southern hemisphere. The smoke layer would block warming sunlight from reaching the Earth's surface. And they believe that the smoke layer would remain there for 10 years. The loss of warming sunlight creates ice age weather conditions around the Earth. Temperatures would fall below freezing every day for the next 3 years. And ice age weather would prevent food crops from being grown for 10 years. Most humans and land animals would starve to death. This image shows a farmer in a barren field looking up at a cloudless sky at noon. This is about what the sky would look like. Those aren't clouds, that's just smoke in the stratosphere. And I hope somebody in Washington understands this. You know, I'm not convinced that many people do. But I've been trying to get this message out for quite some time, and you know, whatever we're going to fight over, it's not worth destroying the human race. So, thank you very much.
Steve. And if you've just joined us, welcome to today's EIR Symposium, Peace on Earth or Humanity's Doom, the Case for Negotiations. You've just heard Steve Starr, nuclear weapons expert. Our next speaker is Diane Sare. Diane was a recent and is a current candidate for United States Senate in New York. She also founded the Schiller Institute New York course that you heard perform at the top of our symposium today. And there she is. So, Diane, go right ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd like to thank everyone who's spoken so far. I think this is an extremely important dialogue. I wanted to take up the matter of the urgency of the United States returning to its revolutionary anti-imperial identity. And Lyndon LaRouche spoke at length not only about the nature of man, that mankind is not an animal, man is not an animal species, but the conflict between Zeus and Prometheus, with the end, which I suppose the Hitler loved composer Richard Wagner, the Götterdämmerung, the Twilight of the Gods, that Zeus wanted to maintain the great disparity between the gods of Olympus and mankind. And Prometheus, a renegade, not only brought fire to mankind, but fire symbolic of energy, power over nature, led to all kinds of things, including written forms of language and new ways to prepare food and build architecture, water, all of these things. So for this, Prometheus was chained to a rock where his liver would be pecked out by day and regenerate at night. So he could be in a state of perpetual torture. And he was offered opportunities to get out of this, which he refused. And the mentality of Zeus, of these Olympian gods, is that if they cannot get their way, if they cannot get control over the entirety of mankind, the entirety of civilization, then they are just as happy to see it all annihilated. And I might say that the writers of these myths seem to have had an insight into human nature, which, as Helga has often said, mankind has to grow out of. We don't expect people in their, or we maybe now we've come to expect it, but we shouldn't expect that people in their 20s will behave the same way as a 2-year-old. So mankind, in thousands of years before Christ, hopefully mankind 2,000, 2,200 years after Christ, will not behave the same way as mankind thousands of years ago, that perhaps we could learn something about the weak points of human nature and overcome it. What Garland Nixon was describing is how people, particularly the Tavistock Institute, British behavior modification think tanks who have their counterparts and co-collaborators in the United States, seek to manipulate those primitive, barbaric traits of mankind for their own aims. And I think it's very urgent that we grow out of this. There's a couple of things that I want to point to that give us the possibility of doing that. One, very importantly, is the images coming from the Webb telescope, where we can now see things that may have happened as long as 13 billion years ago, see images of what it might look like when stars are created, recognize that there are actually trillions of galaxies in this universe, and that therefore there must be trillions of planets which have the potential to sustain life, or maybe some already do. When you think about that and you look back on the size of Earth, and we've seen reports of people who, and I think there's a name for it now, which I don't know the name of it, but people who've gone in space, who've orbited the Earth, who've been able to look back and see our beautiful little planet all at once with the backdrop of space behind it, suddenly are gripped with the idea that in the entire universe, this is a very small speck. And while the mind of man is much greater than that and is capable of comprehending not the entirety, but a chunk of the entirety, what we occupy is very tiny indeed. And perhaps we ought to consider that when we think about our relations amongst each other here, how absurd it would appear to someone looking at this from outside that human beings on this little teeny 1/1 trillionth or 1 million trillionth of the universe cannot find it to get along with each other and make advances actually to get off the planet and do things that would ensure the survival of their species, as opposed to playing around with the annihilation of our species. So I think these discoveries are extremely important. When the United States went to the moon, as I discussed in the previous conference, President Kennedy proposed at the United Nations that the moon landing be a joint Soviet-US effort, even after the Cuban Missile Crisis. That is the kind of thinking of a galactic species. And that is the thinking of a true American, because the principles expressed in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution are not based in a geography or an ethnicity or a language culture. They're universal principles, which is what allowed us to have, at least initially, a successful revolution against the British Empire, which is now under attack. Now, there are a number of lies that have developed since the death of Franklin Roosevelt at the end of World War II. And I want to take up two of them as having led to the situation in which we currently find ourselves. One, that the dropping of the nuclear bombs in Japan on Hiroshima and Nagasaki was somehow necessary, that dropping these nuclear bombs, killing hundreds of thousands of civilians in civilian population centers, somehow prevented millions of people from dying otherwise. That is simply not true. General Douglas MacArthur had organized a successful naval blockade. The Emperor of Japan was already in the course of negotiating a surrender with the Vatican, interestingly, for the proposal we're working on today. And because you had, particularly from people like Bertrand Russell and others, the idea that you wanted to have fear ruling over people, you wanted to have some kind of global government or dictatorship, it was determined to drop not one, but 2 nuclear bombs, which could therefore then be used as a source of terror, threat, and means of bringing renegade nations that weren't going with the program to heel. That's first. Second, I wanted to talk for just a second about 9/11, because there was a change in U.S. policy, which is discussed in this document from our EIR correspondent, Carl Osgood, on the idea of preemptive war. And after the 9/11 attacks, the new nuclear doctrine already was underway prior to the 9/11 attacks, but they said, quote, The greater the threat, the greater the risk of inaction, and the more compelling the case for taking anticipatory action to defend ourselves, even if uncertainty remains as to the time and place of the enemy's attack. That's great. So even if you don't know where or when they're going to attack, it's okay to launch a preemptive war, preemptive strike. Quote, to forestall or prevent such hostile acts by our adversaries, the United States will, if necessary, act preemptively. So this is the 2002 National Security Strategy of the G.W. Bush administration. Now, people were compelled or supposedly compelled to go along with this by what had occurred on September 11th, 2001, the deaths of 3,000 or so Americans. But the point is that that was also a lie, because those attacks were entirely preventable. That we know from Bill Binney, Kirk Wiebe, as other whistleblowers at the NSA, that this attack was known in advance. That's the least that can be said about it. We also know what Lyndon LaRouche said, which I think should be obvious to anyone, that such a major attack involving the number of hijacked planes which occurred and managed to hit their targets in some cases could not possibly have been orchestrated merely by people outside of the United States, surely not by a guy with kidney failure from a cave in Afghanistan, but had to involve an internal element within the United States. And LaRouche warned at the time that if we did not address that, that we were setting ourselves up for something worse in the future. Now, is this that moment? I think that's a good question. Are these people so insane that they would push the world over the brink? Well, when you consider that Madeleine Albright said that she thought the death of 500,000 Iraqi children was an acceptable price, I don't know where she gets the authority to speak on behalf of the families of these children for the removal of Saddam Hussein or whatever she thought her objectives were, then you have to doubt, I think there's reason to doubt that these people would actually stop short of launching nuclear war. And that is why it is so urgent that we understand the causes, what is compelling this, and also get our fellow American citizens to stop being manipulated by this Zeusian, Olympian empire ideology and return to our identity. Now, when the Berlin Wall came down, you had Dick Cheney, Rumsfeld, others who said that the US is going to be the sole superpower, that no other nations should surpass us in any way. And then the financial interests that they represented, the City of London and Wall Street, proceeded to take down the US economy so that our economy was collapsing, which created a lower and lower threshold by which someone else might surpass us. You virtually had to do next to nothing, build a dam, build a road, and you would be moving ahead of the United States. And that was perceived as a threat to be stopped. So governments were overthrown, and we are up against identifying now both China and Russia as the adversaries of our nation. We're now in a situation where the transatlantic financial system is completely doomed. It absolutely must collapse. There is no bubble in history that ever has not. And I think it is very important that we don't forget the desperation of these would-be gods of Olympus who control or would like to control this financial system over which they have lost control, impelling them to use hundreds of thousands of people, in this case, Ukrainian civilians and soldiers and Russian soldiers, to hopefully somehow preserve their system, even at the risk of nuclear war. And again, as Lyndon LaRouche said, if you somehow survive a nuclear war or delusionally think that you can survive a world war, then at least you get to write off all your debts and you get to preserve your system. Now, that won't work either. The problem is that they may take all of us down with them, and therefore it has to be refuted. I understand from Dennis Speed that one of our collaborators, Cliff Karakoff, had recommended study of George Washington's farewell address, which I looked at, and I do recommend over the holidays that people actually take some time to read this, because I think he collaborated with some of our most brilliant founders, including Alexander Hamilton, in writing this, who were thinking ahead of what were the pitfalls, what were the dangers that could affect the United States and our thinking. And one of them emphatically was this question of party. And I'm going to read to you what George Washington had to say. He already had talked about the problem of parties being geographically dividing the country geographically, and went through at some length the relationship of the parts of the United States, north to south, east to west, how actually this is a symbiotic relationship, and these regions of the country have to cooperate. And then he writes, "Let me now take a more comprehensive view and warn you in the most solemn manner against the baneful effects of the spirit of party generally. This spirit, unfortunately, is inseparable from our nature, having its root in the strongest passions of the human mind. It exists under different shapes in all governments, more or less stifled, controlled, or repressed. But in those of the popular form, it is seen in its greatest rankness and is truly their worst enemy." And by popular form, he means democratic elections, that kind of thing, the United States. "The alternate domination of one faction over another, sharpened by the spirit of revenge, natural to party dissension, which in different ages and countries has perpetrated the most horrid enormities, is itself a frightful despotism. But this leads at length to a more formal and permanent despotism. The disorders and miseries which result gradually incline the minds of men to seek security and repose in the absolute power of an individual, and sooner or later the chief of some prevailing faction, more able or more fortunate than his competitors, turns this disposition over to the purposes of his own elevation on the ruins of public liberty. Without looking forward to an extremity of this kind, which nevertheless ought not to be entirely out of sight, the common and continual mischiefs of the spirit of party are sufficient to make it the interest and duty of a wise people to discourage and restrain it." So I think very significant. And then one later section in the address on the question of foreign policy and the role of a civilized nation, a republic, if the United States were to be upholding the principles actually expressed in our founding documents. Quote, "To observe good faith and justice towards all nations, cultivate peace and harmony with all. Religion and morality enjoin this conduct. And can it be that good policy does not equally enjoin it? It will be worthy of a free, enlightened, and at no distant period a great nation to give to mankind the magnanimous and too novel example of a people always guided by an exalted justice and benevolence. Who can doubt that in the course of time and things, the fruits of such a plan would richly repay any temporary advantages which might be lost by a steady adherence to it? Can it be that Providence has not connected the permanent felicity of a nation with its virtue? The experiment, at least, is recommended by every sentiment which ennobles human nature. Alas, is it rendered impossible by its vices? In the execution of such a plan, nothing is more essential than that permanent, inveterate antipathies against particular nations and passionate attachments for others should be excluded, and that in place of them, just and amicable feelings toward all should be cultivated. The nation which indulges towards another in an habitual hatred or an habitual fondness is in some degree a slave. So I think these are very wise words. We would do well to consider them. And I think that Helga's proposal of the singing of Dona, Nobis, Pacem everywhere is hopefully one way that people in the Western world whose governments have become engaged in such depravity can return to their better natures. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. If you've just joined us, welcome to our EIR Symposium, Peace on Earth, or Humanity's Doom, the Case for Negotiations. You've just heard Diane Sare, a recent and current candidate for the United States Senate in New York. She also founded the Schiller Institute New York Chorus. And I should just make sure that this is clear that Diane is on the kill list issued by the Ukrainian Center for Countering Disinformation. Apparently, it's for remarks like the type that you just heard. She's on that list, as is Helga Zepp-LaRouche, Eva Bartlett, Harley Schlanger, and our next speaker, Ray McGovern. Ray McGovern is well known for many, many reasons and for many, many years. He is one of the founders, a co-founder of the Veteran Intelligence Professionals for Sanity. He was an analyst with the Central Intelligence Agency for 27 years, 1963 to 1990. And he is waging peace in ways that he's about to let us all know and urge that the rest of us also do. I'm glad to see also that book behind you there, Ray, because you're going to get a question about that for sure when we get to the Q&A period. But thanks for being with us, and please feel free to go right ahead.
Well, thank you, Dennis. It is, whoops, yeah. You can hear me okay, right?
Yes.
Okay. It's an honor to be on here with the people that you've already recruited to speak. And I have to really kind of widen things out a little bit just to provide a little context, not historical context, recent history. Let's go back to 2014, something Americans don't know, but we did a coup d'etat in Kiev, the West did. In the process, the orchestrators of this coup d'etat were intercepted in a telephone conversation en clair. That was revealed 2.5 weeks before the coup. They went ahead anyway. And when doubts were expressed with respect to how the EU would look at this, the Assistant Secretary of State for European Affairs, Victoria Nuland, said, F the EU. You know what the F word is. Okay, that was 2014. Now, 2015, something really unusual happened. You have to understand that by then, the intelligence community had pretty much been politicized. We know the situation with Iraq, where there were no weapons of mass destruction. There were no ties between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda. Well, the Defense Intelligence Agency came up with an annual report that speaks volumes. Let me read just one short paragraph of it. This is signed by Lieutenant General Vincent Stewart, who is the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency. Quote, the Kremlin is convinced the United States is laying the groundwork for regime change in Russia. A conviction further reinforced by what just happened in Ukraine. Moscow views the United States as the critical driver behind the crisis in Ukraine and believes that the overthrow of former Ukrainian President Yanukovych is the latest move in a long-established pattern of U.S. orchestrated regime change efforts, period, end quote. Wow! Somehow the New York Times missed this. It's right out there. This is what the head of the DIA said. Okay, so that's 2015. 2016. Now, here's a question for those of you who are paying attention, and I'd ask all of you to pay attention. I have a question to you. This issue was raised in 2016, and it was said by a very prominent U.S. politician. And my question to you is, can you identify which politician there was? Are you ready? Here you go. Ukraine is a core Russian interest, but not an American one. So Russia will always be able to maintain escalatory dominance there. Who said that? His name was Obama, okay? Barack Obama. He was president, and, vice president was a fellow named Biden. Now, is Russia unable to exercise escalatory dominance, to use a fancy word, still? Well, it is, okay? And that's the background of all this. The Russians have to decide whether they can do a deal, whether they can make some kind of deal with the United States, really, not with Zelensky. He's just a puppet. And that brings me to the real question here, and that is, are the Russians prepared to do a deal? Are there any glimmers of hope? Well, number one, background, escalatory dominance, so to speak, Russia. Okay? You don't have to be a army intelligence analyst, as I was for 2 years, to understand when you look at the map and you look at the weaponry and you look at the stakes involved, existential for Russia, not so much for the United States, as this fellow Barack Obama said. Well, you get the picture here, okay? So what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about just today, we have Reuters reporting that Mr. Putin is asking his generals, what do you think we should do now in Ukraine? I mean, hello, let's have some suggestions, Well, what does that mean? What's the message there, for God's sake? The message there is, I, Vladimir Putin, and my senior advisors have not decided whether to go through and clean out the rest of southern Ukraine, take Odessa, and go all the way to the Romanian border. We haven't decided that yet, okay? What does that mean? Well, it means to this fellow that there's room for negotiation. There's always been that great big river, the Dnieper, goes through Ukraine. Would the Russians stop before taking Odessa? Well, there is another indication that they might. Now, what do I mean? Well, the Russians have always communicated, even during the Soviet days, in what was called esoteric communications. Sounds fancy, huh? Not fancy. You just look at what they said yesterday and you compare it to what they say today, okay? What are they saying today? Well, not many people hung around for Putin's major address at Valdai on the 28th of October. But if they did, they would have heard the penultimate question, which was raised seemed to be a canned question to me, maybe not. In any case, the questioner said, hey, I'm thinking of visiting Odessa. Do you think I should apply for a Ukrainian or for a Russian passport? Pretty cute, huh? Now, Putin answered and said, Odessa, that beautiful city set up by Catherine the Great. Odessa could be a Яблоко раздора, Russian for an apple of discord. We're talking a little bit about Greek mythology now. Those of you who know real mythology know what started the Trojan War, for God's sake. Яблоко раздора, the apple of discord, or it could be the easing into a situation where we could attenuate these grievances and, in other words, make a deal. Now, has anybody noticed that? Well, nobody reads. If Putin speaks more than an hour, they don't listen anymore, right? Okay, but McGovern listens, and people in my trade used to listen. Used to what McGovern did: listen, watch, print it out. It came to 23 pages. All right. Now, is that a hint? Well, this is how Russians do hint things when there's no communication going on with the people like Blinken or Sullivan, where for whatever reason they can't get it through their heads or can't even detect a broad hint. There's a hint for you. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the Russians are, in my view, and you can take this for what it's worth, please remember that I've been watching Russian leaders for a half century. The Russians may be prepared to talk. They know that Zelensky is on a tight tether and that only Washington can get them to talk. But what Putin is saying today is, hey, today, I'm talking to my generals. So what do you think we should do? In other words, would we stop before Odessa? Now, realize that if the Russians take Odessa, Ukraine becomes a basket case, literally, a breadbasket for the rest of Europe, no access to the sea. It becomes a landlocked, whatever you want to call it, okay? So it's the end of Ukraine in anything like we're used to seeing Ukraine. My view is that for the right give and take, the right quid pro quo, Putin would stop before Odessa. It's it's right on the Dnieper. Let the Ukrainians have access to the sea, but in return for which the territorial conquests that the Russians have made would be part of the deal. And maybe a demilitarized zone going right down the river would do. There are possibilities for negotiation. Now, how about the Pope? Now, I'm a Catholic, and I like some of the things the Pope does and some of the things he says, but I don't agree with all of them. I think he's sort of like a cafeteria Christian, but on matters of war and peace, I think he's got it right. Why do I say that? Well, in 2015, he was invited to address a joint session of the U.S. Congress. What did he do? He got up there and he said, the main problem, this is a quote, okay? The main problem today are the blood-drenched arms traders. And senators, representatives alike got up, and then looked in their pockets to see if the latest envelope from Lockheed was there, the one from Raytheon over here. It was giving hypocrisy a bad name, for God's sake. The Pope, he had it right. He knows what's going on, and his better counsels, the ones that give him the right scoop on things, have been able to get him to come down on the right side of things. So, what am I saying here? I'm saying here that he had some better counsel after he said those idiot remarks about some ethnic Russians being the most fierce, the most cruel people fighting in Ukraine. He apologized for that. Now, wait a second. McGovern, come on. Pope apologized? Pope said he was wrong? Come on. It took him, 6 or 7 centuries to apologize for being wrong about Galileo? Come on. Well, he did. He did within days. What did the Russians say? The next day, Russian Foreign Ministry spokesman got up and said, whoa, the Pope has apologized for saying that idiot thing that he said about such cruelty on the Russian part. What does that tell you? Well, these things don't happen in a vacuum. In other words, I think Helga and others, Veterans for Peace, among others, who are calling for negotiation, a Christmas truce, for God's sake, a Christmas ceasefire, that they have it right, that they hit the nail right on the head. And there's history behind this. I mean, after all, when you look at popes, It's hard to say. You look at World War II, and you look at the churches that could not find their voice. You look at Pius XII. Well, there's a lot to atone for, all right? And maybe, just maybe, Francis will face into it this time and say, look, I can use my good offices. Could be at the Vatican, could be in Odessa, could be anywhere. But I'd like to get Russians, Ukrainians together, knowing all the while that the Ukrainians will be listening through their earpiece to what the Americans tell them, but get them together. Now, why do I say that this is so necessary for the Pope to do this? Well, I mentioned World War II. I mentioned the papal behavior during World War II, where the church could not find its voice. I want to mention something that not many people know. It has to do with Albert Camus, the French philosopher, after the war. And when I say war, I mean World War II, okay? You could tell what war it is, okay, by the color of my hair. After World War II, some very thoughtful and progressive Dominicans invited Albert Camus to their monastery. They wanted to ask him his impressions of what the church behavior during the war really meant for civilization. Now, Camus, of course, was an atheist or an agnostic, but Camus, to his credit, agreed to come to the monastery. And I'd like to read just a few sentences of the little speech that he gave. Camus. For a long time during the frightful years of the war, I waited for a great voice to speak up in Rome. I, an unbeliever? Precisely, for I knew that the spirit would be lost if it did not utter a cry of condemnation when faced with force and brutality. It seems that the voice in Rome did speak up, but I assure you that millions, like me included, did not hear it. And at that time, believers and unbelievers alike shared a solitude that continued to spread as the days went by and the executioners multiplied. It has been explained to me since that the condemnation was indeed voiced, but that was in the style of an encyclical. An encyclical, which is not at all clear. The condemnation was voiced, and it was not understood. Whose fault was that? End quote. Last part of this particular letter from Camus, this is excerpted from something called Resistance, Rebellion, and Death, Essays. Camus. What I know, which sometimes creates a deep longing in me, what I know is that if Christians made up their mind to it, millions of voices, millions, I say, throughout the world, would be added to the appeal of a handful of us, without any sort of affiliation, to intercede today almost everywhere and ceaselessly for the children and for the people. Diane spoke about Madeleine Albright's dismissive attitude toward the 500,000 children in Iraq who perished because of the sanctions. Albright said on air to Leslie Stahl, yeah, it was worth it. It was hard, but yeah, it was worth it. Now, somebody has to stop killing the children. Somebody has to listen to a little Roger Waters. It's necessary to stop killing the children anymore. Now, I have to tell you that there's a time element here. Dr. King said a lot of things, but one that leaps out in my mind is that there is such a thing as too late. I want to give you an example of someone who, like Pius XII, kept his counsel, didn't speak out. He was a professor at the University of Berlin. His name was Albrecht Haushofer. Okay, now he was a geologist. Okay, and he got tenure, and a lot of you know what it takes to get tenure. Okay, he got tenure because he kept his mouth shut during the worst of it. Now, toward 1943, 1944, he had a conscience, and his conscience got to him. He started speaking out against Hitler, and he actually gathered quite a following. So he was wrapped up before the Allies came into Germany and put in a prison, just like other dissidents of this kind. Now, the point of this is what Haushofer did. In the prison in which he was put, they shot you. They didn't hang you. And so before they would shoot him, they said, now, Albrecht, you have to sign a confession. Confession? Give me a break. I'm not going to find it. You just shoot me, will you? No. This is very orderly. We have to sign the confession. See? So he said, I'm not going to do that. And they shot him, okay? But as they picked him off the floor, a little zettel, a little piece of paper came out from his pocket, okay? And on it was his confession. It was in the form of a sonnet in German. Very brief. I'll read it to you. The title was Schuld, Guilt. Doch bin ich schuldig, aber anders als ihr denkt. I'm guilty, but it's not what you're thinking. Ich musste früher meine Pflicht erkennen. I should have earlier recognized my duty. Ich musste schärfer Unheil nennen. I should have more sharply called evil. Habe ich zu lang gelenkt. Mein Urteil habe ich zu lang gelenkt. I put off my judgment far too long. Ich habe gewarnt. I did warn. Aber nicht genug. Enough, okay? Nicht genug und klar. You know what, claro, I mean, there's no comparative in German for klar. Klar is klar, okay? Ich habe gewarnt, aber nicht genug und klar. Und heute weiß ich, was ich schuldig war. And today I know what I was guilty of. I warned, but not enough, and not clearly enough. And now I know what I was guilty of. Well, there are people warning. And there are prophets out there. And all we have to do is kind of listen to them and to follow their lead. Now, I have two people I would like to cite here. And then I'll spare you the rest. One is my favorite theologian and poet, Annie Dillard. What Annie says is, it's really up to us. This is a quote. There's only us, but there are enough of us. We should amass half-dressed in long lines like tribesmen and shake gourds at each other to wake up. Instead, we watch television and we miss the show. Chavez gives us hope. Chavez always said before any action, including the wonderful grape boycott. I remember buying some grapes during those days, and my wife almost killed me. She's like, "What's going on with you?" Okay, the grape boycott and others. He said, "Look, we're going to do this," and not all, but most of us, no, we can't do that. There aren't enough of us. There aren't enough of us. And Chavez said, "Look, there are enough of us, but without action, without doing these things, nothing's going to happen." So let me end on that note. Let's make it so we don't kill the children anymore. Dona, Nobis, Nobis Pacem. Dona, Nobis Pacem. Thanks.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you very, very much. If you've just joined us, welcome to the EIR Symposium, Peace on Earth or Humanity's Doom, the Case for Negotiations. You've just heard Ray McGovern, co-founder of Veterans Intelligence Professionals for Sanity, and a veteran of the Central Intelligence Agency, analyst for Central Intelligence Agency from 1963 to 1990. And I just want to say to everybody, because I've gotten a couple of questions, yes, we are going to have time for more questions and answers, and some very important questions that will be able to be placed to Ray and others. Our next presentation is by David Pine, a Deputy Director of National Operations for the EMP, that's Electromagnetic Pulse for those of you who wouldn't know, EMP Task Force on National and Homeland Security.
First of all, I'd like to thank EIR for hosting this important conference in support of the Pope's, what I think is an inspired call for a ceasefire in this tragic and unnecessary war in Ukraine. Just to provide a little background to everyone, I currently work as the Deputy Director of National Operations for the Task Force on National and Homeland Security. We're a congressionally authorized board. I'm also a former U.S. Army Combat Arms Officer. I worked as an international programs manager for the Department of the Army headquarters staff between 2000 and 2003. And one of the portfolios or responsibilities that I had was to serve as kind of a country desk officer over the former Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. And in this position, of course, I was privy to a number of assessments and was able to very closely watch what was going on in Russia at the time. Putin, of course, had become president of Russia in 2000, and he was widely viewed as while he was viewed as very cunning, called the Gray Fox in some intelligence reports. He was viewed as overall pro-Western in terms of his desire to establish better ties with the West. So I also have 2 graduate degrees. I've got one from Georgetown University, a master's in national security studies, and a law degree as well. I'm currently serving as a contributor to the National Interest Foreign Policy Journal, and I've been a contributor to Dr. Peter Pry's book, Blackout Warfare. And then lastly, I am the editor of a newsletter entitled The Real War, which is available at dpyne.substack.com. So I encourage all of you to subscribe. So I think it's important for us to recognize that 80% of the information we hear in Western media is essentially Ukrainian war propaganda that I think really serves to distort the opinions not only of our Western citizens, but of our lawmakers as well, certainly here in the United States. And I think that's very dangerous because it's causing both Democrats, almost all Democrats in Congress, and most Republicans, especially neoconservatives, to support a policy which I greatly fear, and obviously EIR is very concerned about as well, could lead to a third world war, which would undoubtedly escalate to the nuclear level. So, we hear a lot of deceptive propaganda points. One of those is that Russia is committing a lot of war crimes and directly targeting citizens, perhaps civilians, perhaps even committing genocide. And that's just simply not true. Ukraine certainly is guilty of as many war crimes, small-scale war crimes, as Russia has actually committed. But the bottom line is we have to support a ceasefire. Shortly after Putin's speech, in which he announced the annexation of 6 Ukrainian oblasts, I repeated, or rather reissued, a new peace proposal to follow on the 2 previous ones that I published in the National Interest. And in this one, in September, I called for a ceasefire, an armistice agreement. That wouldn't require any negotiations or exchanges of territory. Would simply just declare that it was in the best interest of both Russia and Ukraine and the West to negotiate a ceasefire. So I think that's very key. And the way we do that is we need to, the Biden administration needs to immediately cut off Ukraine from all US military support and encourage NATO to do the same. And that is the only way that Zelensky can be persuaded to accept Russia's ceasefire offer, which they've had on the table since September. Russia has actually supported or offered peace terms since the day after they invaded, and have had reasonable terms on the table from March to September. Now, of course, the terms aren't going to be as good because they're not going to give up the 4 Ukrainian regions that they've annexed. But I'm very hopeful that we can avoid a nuclear apocalypse. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has done little to nothing to try to come up with any strategy whatsoever, even a diplomatic initiative to avert this horrific outcome. And it's very important that he makes some foreign policy changes in order to do so. And I think that there is a possibility with the new Republican House majority, perhaps drastically reducing military aid to Ukraine and having a more critical analysis in terms of how badly it's weakening the United States military, that we might be able to kind of pressure the Biden administration to make this important change. So again, I'm grateful to EIR for coming up with a number of peace proposals, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the other participants and speakers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. That was David Pine, Deputy Director of National Operations for the EMP Task Force on National and Homeland Security, and he'll be with us in our Q&A section, which is coming up after our final spokesperson for today, and that is Harley Schlanger, who is a spokesman for the National LaRouche Movement. Analyst, blogger, is always here. And here he is again. So, Harley, go ahead.
Okay, Dennis, thank you. I want to just give some summary comments to go into the Q&A section, because I think what all of you have seen is a number of people speaking quite eloquently on the question of what can be done to reverse the Anglo-American NATO policy of the proxy war against Russia in Ukraine. If you start with the Merkel confession from recently, it demonstrates that there was never an intent on behalf of Western leaders to seriously address the legitimate security concerns raised by Russian President Putin. And so Helga has asked on several occasions recently, why has there been no outcry over this? The treachery of a Western leader, obviously in league with the rest of the Western leadership, has led to the deaths in the proxy war in Ukraine. The Poroshenko government was involved in this, the NATO allies, all of them agreed to use Ukrainians as cannon fodder against Russia. So in this light, let's look at very briefly the response from some of these same circles to the demands for a negotiated settlement. And I'm talking now about the response from NATO figures and NATO leaders. You go back first to March and April of this year, when there was a real potential for an agreement between Russia and Ukraine, which was sabotaged by NATO in the person of Boris Johnson, who was sent as a messenger. At the time, he was Prime Minister of England. He was sent as a messenger to tell Zelensky, no agreement, no negotiations. In return, we will arm you and keep the money flowing in. Now, in the present period, where there have been again discussions, should there be a negotiation? There's been an avalanche of articles and statements coming from these same leaders, the same think tanks, the same military officials, especially from the United Kingdom, warning against what they call premature negotiations. And these expose the real intent of NATO. And I want to just give you a sample from one of these, an article I found on Yahoo Finance by a columnist named Rick Newman, titled "Billions for Ukraine is the Deal of the Century." But this summarizes the outlook of many of these figures. He said many people are worried that the funds are too much. If you think about what David Pine just said about Republicans warning there'll be no blank check, this columnist says, forget that. 38 billion isn't enough. Make it 50 billion or even 100 billion. The more, the better until the job is done. I thought at first this was sarcasm, but I realize it's the smug arrogance of the Western leadership. He said that the reason he's saying this is quote, the US is getting a phenomenal return on its investment in Ukraine. He said, in terms of diminishing a military rival, aid to Ukraine might be the most efficient use of American taxpayer dollars ever. And he goes on to say that Ukraine doesn't even need to win for the United States and its NATO allies to benefit from the decimation of Russia's military. And this gets to the core of what's behind this in terms of the actual commitment to the war. Now, just in conclusion, he quotes a British Oxford historian, Timothy Garton Ash, who said, when viewed from a bang per buck perspective, US and Western support for Ukraine is an incredibly cost-effective investment. A Russia continually mired in a war it cannot win is a huge strategic win for the United States. Now, while there are a lot of fallacies in that statement about the ability of Ukraine to win and so on, it does reflect something true about the NATO policy, which is, you could sum it up the way I did in a comment yesterday, Ukrainian lives don't matter. There's no commitment to Ukraine's freedom, sovereignty, and democracy, as is obvious. So the question is, where is the outcry? And I think we heard a very eloquent appeal from Ray in his presentation just before, that people get up and act. This has been the message from Helga Zepp-LaRouche over the whole year. And what she's called for is not just an end to the fighting, but the need for a new financial and security architecture which breaks the control of the unipolar order, which is insistent on continuing this war until Russia is defeated and humiliated. Now, I'd like to just pose to the various panel members, what they think it will take to effect a change in Western policy. Some of you have addressed this in your remarks, but I think this would be a good place to start the Q&A discussion.
And let's just bring up who we have for our panel. I believe that Garland Nixon had to go for another reason, but I believe that David Pine should be there, Diane Sare, and Ray McGovern. And if we could bring them all up, let's see. We've got two closed windows right now. What's our situation? Are they there?
Well, Diane, as someone who's been actively mobilizing a movement in this country, in the United States, we heard Ray say he's optimistic that this mobilization can succeed. What is your sense of how things are moving?
It's very interesting. I think, ironically, our greatest aid is what's happening in other nations. I was interviewed by a journalist a couple nights ago who was really optimistic that so many nations on the planet have broken out of this Anglo-American bankrupt system to talk about new trade agreements, potentially a new currency, getting away from the dollar. I think that as Americans realize that 2/3 of the world's population is moving to get off of this Titanic, that they might begin to consider that we can dramatically change our policy. I think one of the factors in the United States which prevents people from acting is economic anxiety. People are very obsessed with matters of personal survival. And I'm not saying that it's wrong. If you can't afford the gas to drive to work, or you can't afford to put food on your table, it would be natural to be anxiety ridden about that. And I think that these may be some reasons why people haven't acted. Also, I think what we saw with the interventions by some of the LaRouche movement and my campaign volunteers, on whether it was on Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Obama or even Biden, it's not true that you cannot impact what the Congress does. It may be harder to access the Congress thanks to the aftermath of what occurred after January 6th, where the Capitol is sort of like a fortress, but you can go to their local office. Letters, phone calls do make a difference. I think it's really important that people not give up on that. You have to realize that these congressmen get given certain briefings from various intelligence agencies, and you shouldn't take for granted that they know what the American people think, since generally you have to have a lot of money to get elected. This is a sort of elite class that may be somewhat out of touch with the population, and I think it's possible to penetrate that. So if people can put together the personal hardship that they are experiencing with our foreign policy, which I think is happening more and more, I think there really could be a revolt against the policy. We have to catalyze it. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, Mr. Pine.
Yeah, I think everyone's made a lot of good points. I think it's going to take some kind of left-right peace coalition. We used to have this powerful anti-war left, where they had mass protests against the Vietnam War. All the 20th century wars from World War I to Vietnam were started by the Democrats. The last two were ended by Republican presidents. Unfortunately, now we have a situation in which both major political parties have become war parties. And, both the majority of both parties, the consensus is we need to, weaken Russia. There's no way we can defeat Russia and Ukraine. And I think that's something that we need to realize, we need to admit, because, Putin's demonstrated that he views this as an existential fight, and that he's willing to escalate all the way up the escalation spiral to the nuclear level. And so it's going to really take, I think we need to have an honest debate about the pros and cons of continued escalating U.S. military involvement in the war in Ukraine, and this proxy war we have against Russia. Really, there's no U.S. national interest in defending Ukraine or, putting our thumb on the scales for one side or the other. Russia hasn't threatened NATO. They haven't, in their peace offers and draft mutual security agreements, which they offered in December of last year, they didn't ask for NATO to withdraw from a single inch of its territory. They didn't ask for any changes in NATO membership. Putin's even went so far as to say that he would be okay with Finnish and Swedish membership in NATO, providing that no Western NATO forces, including U.S. troops, be stationed or deployed to Finland and Sweden. So I think we have, Russia has provided us, kind of a framework that we can utilize in some respects to, if we can end this war with a ceasefire, as I've advocated, that leaves the peace negotiations for later in terms of final territorial distributions. then we can change the current situation, which we are, as President Biden has stated, we're closer to a nuclear Armageddon than we ever have been in the last 60 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis. But it's going to take men and women of courage, men like President Trump, who's stated several times that we need to end the war with a negotiated peace settlement. He's even offered to travel to Europe to lead negotiations to end the war. Women like Tulsi Gabbard, former Democrat congresswoman, who left the Democrat Party over their support for a nuclear war with Russia. We need to have more people who are willing to take a stand, more people to rally, more members of Congress to speak out against this proxy war against Russia, which is really threatening to escalate to a nuclear war, a third world war, which unfortunately the U.S. would not survive.
Here's a question which Harley, this is I'm going to pose this to you first because this is why you're on. This is a person named Mrs. Smith, and she asked this question, and then I asked for a lab clarification of what she meant. She said the objective of demilitarization seems to be going well in Ukraine. How will it affect the future concerning negotiations or an end of war? So I said, exactly what do you mean? She then said, the supply of weapons from the West has significantly dropped. The commander-in-chief of the Ukraine army, I think Zaluzhny, recently had an interview where he stated there's enough manpower / people. Now, those of us who've read the London Economist, and by the way, it's a useful thing, you'll probably point this out already, Harley. Suddenly London, and you can't get more neocon actually than the London Economist, which had these featured articles, and maybe the person's unaware of that, with crying desperately about the situation in Ukraine. So if you would just take this and maybe then we can hear from Diane or David if they have any thoughts about this question.
Well, if you only have access to the Western media, you're convinced that Ukraine is winning the war, Russia is weak, they're demoralized, and that the only question is, will Putin survive? Now, actual military experts will tell you that you have a situation in Ukraine which is desperate. The power stations have been hit, certain aspects of civilian infrastructure have been hit. The military supplies continue to flow to some extent, but the Ukrainian army in its so-called offensive used up more ammunition day by day than is being produced by monthly increments from the West. And there's definite pulling back from many of the NATO allies. In fact, there was a story that said 20 of the 30 NATO countries have used up all their spare ammunition. So the question is, at what point is the decision made to disengage from this policy and recognize that you're not going to defeat Russia? Now that gets to what Helga raised initially and what many of the speakers have hinted at, which is that it has to come from the population, including some people who are officials and people of influence who have so far been quiet or mild in their criticism. For example, you mentioned the situation in the United Kingdom. Here you have a country that's falling apart. You have massive strike wave going on. Nurses are on strike. The railroads are on strike. The Tory party is falling into single digits practically in support from the population. And yet their leaders, including Sunak and his coterie of defense officials, are talking about escalating the fighting, including having British troops on the ground. The problem is the British don't have many troops. They probably would have a hard time getting them there. When they launched a new aircraft carrier, when it went 1 hour out of port, it had to come back because it sprang a leak of some sort. So the bravado and arrogance of the West that if you just keep this up, it will weaken the Russians, is based on lies, disinformation, and censorship of the real situation. But it comes back to what we're talking about. There has to be a movement, not just for peace, but for peace and development. And that was what was laid out by Helga Zepp-LaRouche in her 10 fundamental principles, that if the West were to recognize the shift going on internationally against colonialism, with the proxy war in Ukraine as an example of a dying colonial system, but instead, if you had an alliance, as Diane just mentioned, of the Western nations with the Eurasian continent, with Africa, with Asia, with South America for development, there's a way out. And that's the only way out, because a military way out implies that sooner or later someone is going to escalate because they don't want to lose the war. And that's why it's so urgent, and why Helga issued a call to support the initiative of Pope Francis, not out of support for Pope Francis per se, but as I think someone mentioned earlier, that if there's someone who's offering an exit ramp, let's take it, but look beyond just stopping the war toward establishing a new security and financial architecture. And if that happens, we don't have to worry about who's producing enough weapons and who's shipping enough weapons. What we need to do is, as they say, beat the weapons into produce tractors, high-speed rail, power plants to address the actual condition in the world, which is growing poverty and growing helplessness.
Right. That was beating your swords into plowshares. And the person that referenced what you said, yeah, person who referenced what you said was Garland Nixon. I'm glad to see Ray is back. And Ray, if you didn't hear it, we had, did you hear that question or the discussion? I'll repeat it because someone who is a victim of the lack of reporting was asking a question in which what she was stating was that the supply of weapons from the West was dropping, and that the commander of the Ukrainian army was saying he had enough, people. So it'd be good if you might just say, shall we say, give a kind of look, what is the state of the situation as best you know it to exist?
Until now, General Zaluzhny has been delusionary. Now he seems to reckon that things are tough, and I only know.
Ray, we have a problem with your audio.
Okay, let's see. Okay, can you hear me now? Oh, I see. My Bluetooth fell out.
Yeah, that's what it was. We can hear you, but it's got a buzz.
Think also the progress, maybe the structure with people in Germany, people in Europe.
You might try reconnecting.
Yeah, you may have to reconnect. No, now you're muted now. No, we were able to hear you before, but it was a very bad buzz. No, we're not. No, we can't hear.
I think it'd be best if you disconnect and reconnect.
Okay. Okay, Ray, we need you to disconnect and reconnect. Okay. Should we just? All right. Good. So that's what he'll do. So he'll come back, and I want to get his answer. So I guess what we'll have to do, we can skip for a minute, and let me just get back to questions. By the way, well, no, I'll leave it at that. There's a question here from Cal Smith. Let me put it out there now, which is going to go mainly to Diane and to Harley, which is, oh, okay, Ray, you're back?
Yeah, back. Sorry about all that.
Yeah, now we can hear you. You're fine.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you hearing me okay? You are, huh?
Yes. Yes.
All right. All right. What we were talking about was the lay of the land, huh? Okay. You don't have to be an Army intelligence officer to realize that Russia has the upper hand, has always had the upper hand, has what Obama told Jeffrey Goldberg in 2016, escalation dominance, okay? That means, in my view, they can go all the way to the Romanian border if they want to. If I were Putin, I wouldn't want to. I would want to see if I could get a deal separating Ukraine along the Dnieper River, roughly speaking, with a demilitarized zone. Now, why? Well, Putin doesn't want another Vietnam or another Afghanistan, for God's sake. He needs some security assurances. He's got those 6 provinces once he cleans them all out. Why can't they make a deal with him now? The most ridiculous statement I've heard over recent months has been the director of national intelligence. I mean, she's a bright lady. I guess she succumbed to the prevailing winds. She expresses herself as optimistic. Why? Because the Russians are running out of weapons. I don't know who is telling her, maybe Petraeus or one of those generals from yesteryear. But Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff now, says, look, really be time to negotiate. So what I'm saying here is that what would be really nice is if a general obeyed his oath to the Constitution of the United States, like Milley, and said, look, what seems to be in the cards here is escalation up to and including the nuclear level. I quit because it's not necessary, because, truth be told, we started it, and I quit. I don't want to be part of this. Now, you know, they talk duty honor at West Point. And why can't there still be duty honor without being enslaved to the prevailing winds and you know, get another star? Milley's not going to get another star. He's got 4 already, okay? So what it will take, in my view, is somebody with the strength of his convictions in a pretty safe place, you know. Milley's not going to be put in jail, just to quit and say, I don't want to be part of this anymore. We have a chance to negotiate. You're not going to do that. I fear what may be coming now, because we don't have escalation dominance. The Russians do.
Okay, very good. Any other comments about that? Either Mr. Pine or Diane, you want to, or do we just continue?
I just wanted to add to that. I think the escalation dominance point that Ray raised is really important, because Russia really does have the advantage. You know, at the conventional military level, they have massive reserves of troops. They're mobilized another 381,000, but they have reserves of 2 million. So they have plenty more to raise. Ukraine really has a much more limited, you know, they have their population is now about 1/4. They also have 7.8 million refugees that have fled Ukraine, but their economy is about, you know, 1/15. It used to be about 1/7 or 1/8. It's now 1/15 of Russia. And Russia, of course, has super EMP weapons. They have 8,000 more nuclear weapons than Ukraine. Ukraine, of course, has none at all. And then they have massive cyber capabilities, the best in the world, according to U.S. intelligence. So if they wanted to win the war, I mean, they could use the massive cyber attack option that everyone was predicting at the beginning of the war. And then that would that would fix the Ukrainian forces in place. They wouldn't have the communications command and control, and they could be surrounded and annihilated. So that would essentially accomplish what Ray mentioned. That is, would enable Russia to occupy and perhaps even annex eastern Ukraine. But the fact is that Putin's forced the Russian military to fight the war with one hand tied behind its back. He made a change in that decision by mobilizing these 300 to 400,000 additional troops. And so with the expected, Ukrainian predicted even, Russian winter counteroffensive, the Russians are going to likely take back Western Donetsk, perhaps even northern Ukraine or Odessa. So the war's outcome is not in doubt, and it's important that Western leaders account for that and take the deal on the table, which the Russians have, with a ceasefire offer to finalize or closely finalize the line of control, pretty much where it is right now. And we could do that very quickly just by cutting off all U.S. and Western military aid to Ukraine, forcing them to take the deal.
Okay. I understand that we have somebody that's actually hooked up to be online who has a question. Is that the case? And if so, can we bring that person up? If not, I can continue because I have plenty of other questions. And maybe I'll tell you what, let's do it this way. Having said that, since that was announced, if you can bring that person up, that's fine. And I'll go to another question in the meantime, because it's really 2 or 3 different people had more or less the same question. So I'm going to do a kind of combination. There's one from KP, there's somebody else named Harold, there's other people, and they're asking this question. They're asking about negotiations between the Pope, or among the Pope, Muslims, the Russian Orthodox Church. Can somebody like the Dalai Lama be involved? How do we organize that the spokespersons from major religions might be brought together to call for these negotiations? So let me ask Harley your thoughts first, and then go to Ray on that.
Well, the initial question sounded as though they would be included in the negotiations, and I don't think that can happen or should happen. But all people of conscience, of all religions, should be demanding an end to the fighting. I mean, here we are, it's Christmas time, it's an ideal time to reflect on the idea of human brotherhood, the brotherhood of man, and to take this opportunity to bring together an agreement. As David just mentioned, there are terms that have been discussed, including Zelensky's statement back in, I believe, March or April, that he was willing to accept that Ukraine would not be brought into NATO. So if you revisit that and start with that, but the question is, what will move the NATO leadership to accept negotiations? And I think that's where the appeal of all people of good faith, through their governments, through their local and national officials, does require a movement of citizens. And the movement of citizens can't simply be against a war, but has to be against the causes of war. That's a longer term process, but that's what is included in the call from Helga Zepp-LaRouche for 10 fundamental principles for a new security and financial architecture. But I would certainly welcome the intervention of all religious leaders calling on governments to sit down and solve this through diplomacy.
Okay, Ray, any thoughts on that?
Yes. Some people remember, I don't because I was not born yet, but during World War I, there was, of course, that unofficial ceasefire on the lines between the Germans and the French. People need to remember that there is something human about Christmas. Whether you're a believer in Christianity or not, there's something human about peace, you know? In the biblical sense, shalom really means just the existence of justice. So peace without justice ain't going to work. So some kind of a just solution needs to be worked out. And you can't do that if you don't get together and talk to each other. So the precedent is there. It's not all that long ago, World War I. A ceasefire along existing lines with no preconditions. Well, not only that, but the Pope has said 2 times he's willing to broker this, or is willing to make Vatican offices available for this purpose. Now, why the United States? Why the United States does not permit Zelensky to say, okay, let's try that? Well, I just think that the people who argue that the real objectives for the United States are to weaken Russia. That sounds a little extraordinary, but oh, wait a second. Didn't our defense secretary say precisely that? Yeah. So as long as the people of the United States can be deceived into thinking that somehow, without escalation dominance, if you will, we can weaken Russia in its own neighborhood, unless they can be disabused of that notion and appeal to their political leaders and say, look, enough is enough. We know you're getting rich with these arms trades and these arms sales, but enough is enough. Think about not killing the children anymore.
Okay. Now, there are sort of several things that are going on. We do have somebody on by audio. We don't have a video, a visual image. And I think we can go to him as John Flynn. Am I correct about that? Who's on?
I am on, sir. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay, we can hear you. Go right ahead. Just go ahead with your question.
I've been following intently the whole war, but I would like to mention one thing. I think is, offering proof that Russia has the upper hand is probably important. And the fact that they went into the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe, took the power plant over, use it as a base, shell Ukraine from the power plant, and to have NATO shell the power plant, knowing that that is an absolute time bomb. I mean, if the cooling reactors are not cooled, they're in trouble anyway. If the power goes out, they can't cool the towers. The fact of the matter is, this is such a critical point in time that I don't think the world knows exactly how hot this issue is. I mean, I'm in Connecticut. Keep in mind, I know Diane well. She ran against Schumer. I ran against Blumenthal. The fact of the matter is, there are discussions in Connecticut about Raytheon, about Electric Boat, about Grumman, about Sikorsky. They are Connecticut corporations, folks. Yeah. The country is in the dark about what these companies want. It is a nightmare to have a Blumenthal and a Murphy negotiating these things after we could never even get an answer about Burisma. Who paid the bribes? Who collected the money? We can't follow the money. We can't get to a conclusion about a war. It's unrealistic to think that, the Pope can change our neocons' minds, and when in fact they're shelling a power plant that could lead to a nuclear holocaust without even detonation of a bomb. So that's all I wanted to say. Anyone want to chime in on that? I mean, you have to wonder why we're sitting here. The world is allowing this to happen. It's shocking. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Diane, you want to respond to that?
Sure. I think Ray and Harley have things to say. First of all, I think Russia's not waging a war from the Zaporizhzhia power plant. They took it actually because they knew that the Ukrainians and the British, as I think Russia may have presented some pretty damning evidence that there was a plan to make a dirty bomb which would be blamed on Russia. So they have actually been trying to protect the power plant. The IAEA has been in there. If Russia were waging war from the plant, believe me, we would have heard about it. But the Ukrainians have been shelling it. And you're right in terms of the danger, and you're absolutely right in terms of I think people's lack of awareness of how dangerous the situation is. One, going back to something I said before, remember that the British position is, and our State Department and people running the Biden administration, Russia cannot win. Russia cannot be allowed to win. If you know the history of the region and you know what happened to Napoleon and Hitler, you know that Russia cannot lose, will not lose. So if the sociopaths in the West insist on their policy and absolutely the involvement of these corporations, and not only the corporations, but the money, the speculators relating to this, it is extremely dangerous. One thought I had, and this relates to a previous question, which I think you're also getting at, how do you stop this? I do think it is a factor that people, and there must be more whistleblowers inside. There must be people, Ray, I love the idea of General Milley just resigning. We've got to get some people to break ranks who are looking this and saying, oh my goodness, everyone's a sociopath or they're on some kind of mind-altering drugs. Don't they see where we're going? I'm going to have to blow the whistle. I'm going to have to stand up. We need a few more people to break ranks, to dare to be called Russian information terrorists, as I guess all of us on this panel have been put on various Ukrainian kill lists. We give us some company, stick your neck out and tell the truth about the situation. And we need people from the inside to express that.
What I also want to do, I understand that other people may have other remarks, but we now have several people on the line, which we either did not have before, we didn't have a means to access them. And I know that one of them is on from St. Petersburg, I believe. So I want to make sure we go to them. Are we able to bring up Yulia Berg?
Hello?
Yes, hello. We can hear you.
I hope you hear me. Yes, thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank the Schiller Institute and all of the participants of the event for persistent and continuous work on trying to prevent the world from existential threat, I would say. But my question would be a bit more about the current geopolitics, and I would like to ask, do you think that this current crisis related to the war in Ukraine is or might be causing additional tensions between the United States and the European Union? And could it lead to additional, let's say, problems within the European Union?
Okay, who'd like to take that question?
Well, I being here in Germany, I could say a couple things about that. You know, in the implication, which is absolutely clear, is why is there not more response from Europe? Instead, going blindly along under the direction of the US, the United Kingdom, and NATO. You know, you look at the situation in Germany where I live, where our utility bills are going through the roof. Gas prices are unaffordable. Food prices are jumping every time you go to the shopping center, the market. And yet we hear that Chancellor Merkel lied in her commitment to the process of Minsk II. We see Chancellor Scholz saying, well, we could have peace, but it will be after Russia is defeated. The foreign minister of Germany, the green extremist Annalena Baerbock, saying we're going to continue this war no matter what my German voters think. An expression of outright contempt for the idea of democracy, which she claims she supports. So the question here is, to what extent will Europe continue to be subservient at great expense to its own population, including the possibility that at some point the Russians may presume to treat the Germans or the British or even the United States as actors in the war against Russia. So there should be much more of an explosion within the European Union. And we saw the beginnings of that, people out in the street saying no to the war, no to the arms to Ukraine, but it hasn't really taken off yet. And I think it gets to the point that Diane was just making, that Ray made earlier, that Helga's been making, which is that we need other people to come out and attack not just the war, but the hybrid warfare, the censorship, the lies that are being pushed forward. For example, around the Nord Stream pipelines. Why would the Germans not say anything about their gas supply being blown up, probably by the British and the United States? So the question of courage, dignity, honesty, and humanity is what's at stake here. And until more people act on that basis, I think the tensions will increase. You know, for example, right now there are pretty strong tensions between Germany and France over contracts for the next generation of European jet fighters. There are fights between Italy and France over immigration. So the contradictions, the splits are there within Europe. What's lacking is unified voice that should come from the people and then through the elected representatives.
Okay, I want to go to the next person online, Bernie Holland, and then I want to make sure I pose a question to Ray because I don't know what Ray's time is like. It's a very important one, which several of the people have, pertaining to the recent revelations concerning JFK. So if Bernie Holland is there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. First of all, let me offer my gratitude to Diane, to Ray, and to Harley for supporting the group I'm running here in the UK. We have regular meetings every week. And Ray will be interested to know that I'm doing a 6-week course on the Valdai Discussion Club. And I'm having great success in turning people's heads about Putin. Yes, I've brought a smile to your face. So my question actually is for Harley, all right? With reference to the significance of the role of Latin America in developing new financial architecture as expanded in the 10 principles that we covered when you came to our meeting a few days ago. At the 21st ALBA TCP summit, Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel expressed the need for following a path of equality, respect, inclusion, and the path of unitary convocation. Further to that, it is urgent to strengthen the authentic mechanisms of Latin America and the Caribbean to integrate and act in concert. And in fact, they are actually attempting to do this through the revitalization of the UNASUR project to create an alternative currency to effect de-dollarization. My question is this, Harley. How can this be more effectively communicated to those within the Eurozone with a view towards persuading them that such measures could, through salvaging their economies, lead to the desired outcome of such a unitary convocation that would further the cause of peaceful coexistence?
Well, what you're talking about in South America and Central America and the Caribbean has been significant motion around the initiatives taken by Xi Jinping in China to extend the Belt and Road Initiative to South America. You have in a number of the countries there a recognition that the continuation of the role of the International Monetary Fund, the Western banks, choking off credit, preventing development, is one of the biggest problems in that region. And the fact that there's motion in an alternative direction from South America is why we're seeing an upsurge of so-called right-wing opposition, including the recent coup in Peru, the threats of a coup against Lula in Brazil, demonstrations and threats against the government of López Obrador in Mexico, and so on. But here's the point. It's not just South America. It's happening in Eurasia. It's happening in Africa. Discussions are taking place on the potential for a monetary system out of the control of the City of London and Wall Street. This is coming from such economists as Sergei Glaziev in Russia with the Eurasian Economic Union. It is coming from Africa with the head of the African Union. And as you mentioned, there's discussion of this in South America. What's needed is a recognition in Europe and the United States that this is not an anti-American, anti-European policy, but one which would benefit from participation of the US and Europe in it. In fact, it would be much preferable to be involved in a unified discussion of the development projects that are on the board than to talk about sending more troops to fight insurgencies that are largely the result of poverty and economic collapse. So we have to do what we're doing. We have to break through the press blackout, which points to these countries that they're not supporting the sanctions against Russia because they're anti-American. You know, I was asked recently on a radio show, is Russian disinformation the cause of anti-Americanism in the global South? And I said, no, it's the policy of the United States that's causing anti-Americanism. That's what has to be changed. But I think the point you're making is we just have to get out the actual story of what's happening in these countries, that there is motion toward development. And as we've been emphasizing for years, it's development which is the basis for peace.
Okay, fine. Anyone else have a response to Bernie? For example, Mr. Pine, do you have anything to say?
Not a response to that question, but I wanted to respond to some previous questions. In terms of the EU, divisions between the US and the EU when it comes to Biden's proxy war against Russia and Ukraine, there was a poll done back in June, all the way back in June, that showed that a majority, pretty good majority of Europeans in each of the countries polled, with the exception of Poland, supported a negotiated peace rather than fighting the war until the bitter end, to the last Ukrainian, has been stated. And only in Britain was it kind of about the same level. So I think European leaders, much as here in the U.S., are pursuing a policy very much in opposition to their own national security, even economic interests. Of course, we're facing this global recession in the West that has really been caused by the Western sanctions against Russia, which have only taken down their GDP by about 4%. And then in terms of the Zaporizhia shelling, I thought it was really interesting that the Zaporizhia nuclear plant, of course, was Russian controlled for the past several months, continues to be. But we kept hearing reports that it was the Russians, not the Ukrainians, that were shelling the nuclear plant. So that's one example of massive disinformation that we're getting from Ukraine and from the Biden regime media. And people are just, they accept it as fact. And, a lot of people talk about, Russian state media being propaganda. I think that Western media propaganda is at least as bad, perhaps even worse, in terms of being untruthful and, leading U.S. citizens and leaders to support policies that are in opposition to what we should be doing. And lastly, I just wanted to mention that I believe that Turkey is the best position to mediate a negotiated peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine. as they were doing back in late March. We as Harley alluded to, there was a tentative peace agreement between Zelensky and Russia that could have been implemented, and only wasn't, I believe, because Russia made the decision to unilaterally withdraw from 3 northern Ukrainian oblasts as a show of its genuine commitment to peace. So, Russia, despite having started the war, really is the only major country involved that's really committed to peace. Biden has clearly stated that he won't talk peace with Russia until they fully withdraw to their pre-war positions.
Okay, so I'm going to go to this question for you, Ray, because of both time and also because of the nature of it. And this has to do with Tucker Carlson's broadcast, I think, of December 15th. And this referenced the JFK question. And the reason I'm bringing it up, is because of its relationship to what you've talked about the expanded military industrial complex called the Mickey Matt, etc. So this is just going to excerpt a bit of what he had to say and get right to the point here. But he stated, among other things, in what was a 30-minute discussion. In 1976, long forgotten, the House of Representatives of the U.S. Congress impaneled a special committee to reinvestigate the JFK assassination. Their bipartisan conclusion: Jack Kennedy was almost certainly murdered as a result of a conspiracy, but the question is, a conspiracy by whom? Well, the obvious subject would be the CIA. And he went on and said some things. Then he talked about how the documents from the President John F. Kennedy Assassination Records Collection Act of 1992 had mandated the full disclosure of all documents by 2017, and that Mike Pompeo, then the director of the CIA, withheld those documents, and that the same thing actually happened again 2 days ago when the Biden administration also withheld documents. So he then went on to say this, quote, "We spoke to someone who had access to these still hidden CIA documents, a person who was deeply familiar with what they contain. We asked this person directly, did the CIA have a hand in the murder of John F. Kennedy, an American president? And here's the reply we received verbatim, quote, the answer is yes. I believe they were involved. It's a whole different country from what we thought it was. It's all fake," end quote. So now Tucker Carlson did not name that source. He said, "This is not a, quote, conspiracy theorist, unquote, we spoke to, not even close. This is someone with direct knowledge of the information that once again is being withheld from the American public." And it continued in that vein. Then he got coming down to the end. He talked about the fact that many people have known this for a long time. The people that knew would include every director of the CIA since November of 1963. And that list would include Obama's director of CIA, John Brennan, one of the most sinister and dishonest figures in American life. That list would also include, we are sad to say, our friend Mike Pompeo, his friend Mike Pompeo, who ran the CIA in the last administration. Mike Pompeo knew this. We asked Pompeo to join us tonight, and although he rarely turns down televised interviews, he refused to come. So, Ray, the question is, given the fact that you were a CIA analyst for 27 years and you also returned various commendations that you got as a result of your differences and clear opposition to what happened, particularly in Iraq in 2003, what is your view of what was said by Tucker Carlson? What is your view about this issue? And what is your view about its relationship to the problem of a honest executive in today and the inability to apparently get to the truth of things?
Let me begin by quoting Senator Schumer, who should have lost to Diane Sare, but won. Senator from New York, after Donald Trump won the presidency in 2016, the very first week of January, he arranged to get himself on Maddow's show. And Maddow said, no, Senator Schumer, you have something to say about the CIA and how Trump is criticizing the CIA and taking off after them. And what do you say? And Schumer said, and I quote, he's being very, very foolish. You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways from Sunday to get back at you. You know, I thought that Trump was a pretty smart businessman. Maybe he is, but he's being very, very foolish to take on intelligence. Period. End quote. Well, you know, Schumer was telling us what the situation is. Now, the best book about this is something called JFK and the Unspeakable, written by James Douglas, happens to be a friend of mine. He poured over all the foregoing books, this is about 12 years ago now, put them all together and said, yeah, JFK was done in by the deep state, CIA, the parts of the Army, parts of the FBI knew about it, parts of the Secret Service. Yeah, he was done in. Why? Well, because after the Cuban Missile Crisis, which relates to the kind of situation we face now, after the Cuban Missile Crisis, when JFK realized how close we had come to blowing up the world, right? He worked out a deal with Nikita Khrushchev, started a test ban treaty, started all kinds of negotiations toward rapprochement. With whom? With the commies. With the commies. Now you had to have been alive. I was serving in CIA under John Kennedy for several months, okay? But you had to be aware of the atmosphere there where Kennedy was hated because he gave in to, because he didn't support the invasion of Cuba, the Bay of Pigs invasion. He told those CIA types, look, this sounds like a cockamamie operation to me, but if Eisenhower approved it, go ahead. But look, we're not going to commit the U.S. Air Force, the U.S. Army, U.S. Armed Forces to rescue you if it screws up. It screwed up royally, and Kennedy held tough, okay? Now, how do we know that he was deceived in kind of when they pursued it? We have Alan Dulles' coffee-stained notes from his desk saying that Kennedy said we would not commit U.S. forces, but when push comes to shove, he will not be able to avoid committing U.S. forces, okay? So what happened? Kennedy stayed true to his pledge not to commit U.S. forces. The whole thing frizzled out. And Kennedy was heard to say to a neighbor up there in Hyannisport, you know, I'd like to take the CIA and scatter it into 1,000 pieces. Whoa, okay. That's sort of a declaration of war, right? So Kennedy and Alan Dulles didn't get along very well at all, and it took him several months, Kennedy, to fire Alan Dulles. Now, you don't fire a well-connected patrician like Alan Dulles, whose brother is a Secretary of State, and who has all kinds of, well, let's put it this way, 7 ways to Sunday to get back at you without paying the price. So it was the substantive issue of John Kennedy trying to figure out how to live with the Russians in a more decent, peaceful way, and the fact that he could not be trusted to support fully the cockamamie schemes of the CIA that did him in. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. Read Douglas's book, okay? JFK and the Unspeakable. It's a quote from Thomas Burton, of all people. Today, what happened when under Trump's watch, he's still not really being wise to the ways of Washington, got up on the day that the congressional mandate said he has to release the rest of the JFK documents hidden by the CIA and the FBI. He got up in the morning without telling anybody. He says, today's the day Congress said I have to release those documents. I'm going to release them. 4 hours later, in the middle of the afternoon, he got up and he said, oh, I changed my mind. I'm not going to release them. The CIA and the FBI said, no, it's too sensitive. We'll revisit it in 6 months. That's what he said. He said the CIA and the FBI said, no, we can't really. It doesn't matter what Congress said, right? Okay, 6 months. So McGovern makes a little note in his notebook, and 6 months later, he asks around, fell through the cracks. Nobody remembered that they're going to revisit in 6 months. So, I mean, hello, do you have to be a master psychiatrist or psychologist to figure out, well, maybe if they don't want those things released, maybe it's because it shows that they were involved? Now, last thing I'll say here is that when, after the Kennedy assassination, all kinds of irregular things happened, okay? The Warren Commission was set up by Lyndon Johnson. Who did they pick to pretty much orchestrate the whole commission proceedings? Oh, it was a fellow named Dulles, Alan Dulles. Okay? Alan Dulles pretty much orchestrated that whole thing. Did LBJ know about all this? James Douglas tells me, yeah, the evidence is pretty clear that Johnson may not have been involved in the actual assassination, but he knew what the plans were. He was not agnostic on that. So he appoints Earl Warren, and Earl Warren appoints Alan Dulles. Now, what's my point here? When people said, honest people like me, well, wait a second, this doesn't parse. There is some suspicion that the CIA might have been involved in the assassination, and now you're pointing the previous CIA. Come on, and guess what we got? Guess what we got? Conspiracy theorists. You guys are conspiracy theorists. Conspiracy theorists, and that's where the term got its impetus. And to the very day today, when you say the truth often, and when you won't stop saying the truth, you're considered a conspiracy theorist. Now, I just finished by saying both parties are equally corrupt on all this. Both parties are equally afraid of the deep state. And you don't have to just listen to Chuck Schumer to talk about they've got 6 ways to Sunday to get back at you. Talk to the senators that knew that there were no weapons of mass destruction, but couldn't say it because it was classified. Talk to the senators that know all about Afghanistan. So again, we come back to the senators and the representatives that are getting the take from the military, industrial, congressional, intelligence, media, academia, think tank complex, the Mickey Mat, putting it in their pockets, appropriating more money for arms building, selling more money, taking that money, a share of it, putting it in their pockets, getting reelected, appropriating. Hello, is this a great country or what? That's what it takes. Everybody's afraid. And everybody's on the take. Now, they tried to prevent, that is, the Democrats tried to prevent Trump from winning the election in 2016. I mean, it's documented now. Obama in October. Hillary Clinton, also in October of 2016, authorized all this Russiagate stuff. We know about it. It's in court testimony, okay? Not many people know about it, but it's in court testimony, right? Then what happened in 2020? My goodness. All of a sudden, Tucker Biden's computer comes out, and what does the deep state do? They hire 51 former senior intelligence agents to say, Russian operation. We can't prove it, but it got all the earmarks of a Russian operation. What am I saying here? I'm saying that the media and the deep state are joined at the hip now as never before And both elections, well, at least the following election, was probably affected by the fact that no one could tell the truth. Twitter wouldn't allow it. No one could tell the truth. Only Glenn Greenwald would speak out about it, tell the truth about Biden's laptop and how Joe Biden himself was on the take, okay? Now, this 2016 thing, they failed to derail Trump, but they sure got him for the 4 years after that. He couldn't do a damn thing that he wanted to do in terms of creating a more decent relationship with Russia. So it's a sad story. Is the deep state strong? It sure as hell is. And is it still around? Of course it is. John Brennan, mentioned before. Well, he's a big commentator on what? I guess it's MSNBC. Clapper is on CNN. I mean, it used to be that the agency controlled the media. Now the agency is the media. And saddest of all, Americans don't understand that. Americans don't appreciate that. And what we need to do is fight our way into the public consciousness. And we have to find more imaginative ways of doing that. And I think we're up to it. It's just that we have to work harder. Thanks.
Okay, now I've got a question from Paul Jensen of K-Talk Media Radio. He has his hand up, and I think he's just now has a written text, but I also know that Diane's going to have to get going. So, Diane, I'm going to give you a chance to say whatever you'd like to in the few minutes you've got, and then I'll go to Paul's question.
Great, thank you. Well, I just really want to express my appreciation for the people who are here today, who have the courage to be put on kill lists for the good of the survival of the human race. And I would like to urge everybody listening, please don't make the mistake of being too silent and waiting too long. I think we really can't take anything for granted, even the possibility that there might be an accident leading to the annihilation of the human race. On the other hand, I think it is very important to be aware that there is a huge movement in the world where leaders of nations are not behaving as insanely as some that I might name. And therefore, if we can get a shift, whether it's Germany breaking away from this insanity, not wishing to freeze and starve in the dark, or some courageous faction in the United States or individuals stepping forward, making it impossible to proceed along the lines we're currently headed, that there is a new paradigm emerging in which the United States, if we return to our founding principles, could play a very positive role. So I just would am thankful that I was able to participate, and I'm very happy and grateful to everyone here who has joined the panel.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Diane, for being with us, and we're going to continue with questions because we've got so many questions. Also, I know there may be other responses that people have to what Ray had to say. There seem to be one or two coming in now, but we're going to proceed with the question that Paul Jensen had, because he was there for quite a while, and I believe he's still on, but we just asked that we read the question. How will these three issues affect peace talks between Ukraine and Russia? Number one, the death of Maria Pirogova, Putin's statement denying any peace talks. I don't know. Number two, the price caps being forced on Russian oil. And three, Russian enriched uranium sales to the United States/Europe. Okay, that's the issue. I guess I can repeat those three issues: the death of Maria Pirogova, the price caps being forced on Russian oil, and Russian enriched uranium sales to U.S./Europe. Who would like to take it or begin?
I can say something. Before I do, though, I want to second Ray's recommendation to read the Douglas book on Kennedy. It is by far the most thorough, complete, and compelling book, and well written, that makes the case that Ray was just presenting in a shortened version. So I think that's really important. Look, I think all things that people think are going to affect the relationship with Russia, with the Ukraine war, most of these are secondary. Look, the price cap on oil, it's a public relations hoax by the bureaucrats in Brussels who are trying to come up with some kind of cover for their complete subservience to the US and the effect it's having on people in Europe. The Russian enriched uranium say, oh, that goes back to line of attack against Hillary Clinton. The idea at the time, Russia and the United States were trading partners. I think the most important thing, though, is to really hone in on the central issues. And these issues are the collapse of the Western financial system and the effort of the people who control the Mickey Mat, namely the corporate cartels, especially the financial and insurance cartels, the grain cartels, and so on, their intention to continue the control of a unilateral order under these corporate cartels against the sovereign nation states of the world and the interests of the people in those sovereign nation states. That's the issue we have to focus on, because that's where the whole fight is going to be determined. Because the war on Ukraine, the line we're getting that it's to defend the independence and sovereignty of Ukraine, is a transparent hoax. If we really wanted to defend the sovereignty of Ukraine, why did the United States run the regime change coup in February 2014? If we really wanted to be concerned with the prosperity of Ukraine, why did we then plunge the new government, the coup government, under IMF control? So all of these narratives are fraudulent, they're hoaxes. But to get to the real issue, you have to look at the fact that the Mickey Mat, as Ray calls it, is committed to sustaining the existing collapsing petrodollar system in whatever way possible. And at this point, that means to contain Russia, contain China, break up the potential for a unity of Eurasia with the European main, Western Europe. And that's why the Ukraine war was launched. So I think we have to stick with these seminal issues, because otherwise you can go into a whole plethora of unraveling yarn, which will end up in the realm of what Ray pointed out. They'll call you conspiracy theorists. It's not a conspiracy theory to say that there's a new financial system breaking out in the world, and the City of London and Wall Street don't want that to happen, and throw in Brussels in that also as being opposed to it. So I think we have to stay focused as much as possible on that.
Okay, let me just ask David Pine, you have anything to say in response? Not necessarily.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, just to echo Harley, I think that the irony is, the Western-led sanctions regime against Russia is really hastening and speeding up the demise of the Western-led financial system, and which will be replaced by one likely led by the BRIC nations, Russia and China. So essentially, I mean, everything that they say we're trying to accomplish, we're failing to accomplish. I mean, Ukraine's not a democracy; it's a dictatorship. They're committing war crimes. We're not standing up for democracy or peace or justice or any of that. But so it's unfortunate to me that I think all of those three important issues raised by Paul Jensen are likely not to affect our policy in Ukraine. And as I think Harley mentioned, Putin has threatened to add a nuclear first strike to Russia's military doctrine in response to Ukraine. Zelensky actually following through on his urging of the West to stage a preemptive strike against Russia's nuclear arsenal. I mean, it's amazing to me how restrained and how rational Putin has been, because were I in the same situation, I'm not sure I would respond as restrained as he has. But the threat increases with every passing week that we're involved in this war of the nuclear war that Helga has said could be on our doorstep. I don't think it would kill the human race. I think it would be a limited nuclear exchange. But as I said, it would be likely one that would destroy the U.S. And NATO, and I think that would be tragic.
Okay, Ray?
No, nothing to add to that one.
Okay, very good. So what we're going to do now is we're moving to our conclusion, and we have a short video from Lyndon LaRouche. Lyndon LaRouche was the founder of Executive Intelligence Review back in 1974. He's an economist and statesman. He passed away in February of 2019. And we've about 4 minutes we're going to show of something he did actually in 1999 called Storm Over Asia. It was warning about the problems of various forms of warfare threatened at the time and some of which occurred. But the section we're going to play is the idea of starting from scratch. How do you actually build some sort of community of interest among adversaries?
What is the fundamental interest of the United States? Is it to find somebody we call an enemy the way the British do? And go out and say, let's prepare for war against this chosen, designated enemy? Should we go out and pick out official enemies of the United States and stage wars with them? Simply to have somebody to shoot at? Or someone to hate? Is that our policy? We start from scratch and we build an order which is designed to bring peace. Now, as a result of that, Treaty of Westphalia, and the agreement to this principle, we had the emergence of a policy, not a perfect policy, but the emergence of policies which included what became the policies of the United States, what became essentially the policy of community of principle as expressed by Secretary of State John Quincy Adams. So when we have adversaries in the world, we don't go around trying to punish people. We don't go into countries and spank them because we don't like their internal conduct. You don't do that. Only idiots or warmongers do that. It's not allowed. Don't try to legislate morals at the point of a bayonet of invading or occupying troops. That leads to the worst result. And when people say, well, it's a terrible crime, we've got morally offended, we got to go in there and straighten these people out. All you're doing is you're spreading war. You're spreading war that cannot be stopped. Because now the people who are going in to do the punishing are the new criminals. And hatred of those criminals will result in people taking reprisal against them. And when they take reprisals, then the people who are the victims of their taking reprisals will become angry and they will kill too. So the solution to war, as has always been understood by the great strategists of modern European civilization, and also China, is to bring peace. How do you build peace? Well, certain principles. Do we agree that a sovereign nation state is a fundamental human right established by modern European civilization? So the first human right we must agree upon is the sovereignty of the other nation state. If we can agree on that, we've got to start. If we agree that the purpose of treaty relations is to find beneficial, mutually beneficial effects, do we want to promote trade? Do we want to promote the benefits of trade? Do we want to see other nations more secure, more internally secure, with happier people, less likely to get angry and start doing terrible things? Let's find a new way. Let's stop talking about we want to fight for this, we want to fight for that, we want to fight against this. Let's stop that nonsense. Let's say, what is it that we really need? Can't we find a way to cooperate and build peace and build security and build cooperation? Can't we go to others and say, isn't common justice so much in the interest of us all? Haven't we learned our lesson? Isn't it time that we cooperate? Isn't it time that we build a system which is consistent with the interests of us all, as they tried to do in the very difficult negotiations which established the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648? That's what the policy must be.
So right now at the conclusion, so I want to ask each of you to give some summary remarks at this point. So David Pine, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank EIR again for putting together this peace conference. We need a lot more of these peace conferences, and we need them well publicized. We need them to be covered by national media, and we need them to be covered by the television media as well. I think Lyndon LaRouche's comments were really good. I think what needs to happen, I mean, in an ideal world, I've been writing an article about the 3 or 4 biggest mistakes the U.S. made after it won the first Cold War, and at the top of those mistakes is not incorporating Russia into the security architecture of Europe. And one of the easiest ways we could have done that would have been to add them to NATO. Gorbachev, Yeltsin, and even Putin himself all stated interest in being invited to join NATO. But it wouldn't have to be so formal. It could merely have been a strategic partnership between the U.S., Western Europe, and the Russian Federation. And then we would have avoided all of the issues we're facing right now in Ukraine, because Russia never would have invaded any of its neighbors, because it would have had no threatened security interests requiring it to do so, at least in the minds of Russian leaders. So we need to move forward to a more permanent peace. The most important things we need to do for that would be to pressure Ukraine to accept a Russian ceasefire, begin peace negotiations, but to permanently end the war with the ceasefire and armistice agreement. And then we need to completely normalize diplomatic and trade relations with Russia and end all these economic sanctions that are having such serious blowback to Western nations, as well as exacerbating a global food crisis, which is threatening to starve millions of innocent people in the third world, the global south. And if we can come to some kind of mutual security agreement, simply with the withdrawal of Western NATO and U.S. forces from Eastern Europe and withdrawal of Russian forces from Belarus, then we could really have a restoration of trust that's so desperately needed between the United States and Russia. And we need to do this, any peace negotiations, as I think Harley stated, need to be between the U.S. and Russia, because Zelensky, the Ukrainian government, as it's currently constituted, is not committed at all to peace. In fact, they're doing Zelensky has made no secret of the fact that he's been trying to start a third world war between the U.S., NATO, and Russia, as the only hope that he really has to restoring Ukrainian control of its territory. And unfortunately, if that were to break out, he wouldn't get control, because Russia has devastating conventional weapons it could use to destroy us.
Thank you. Ray? Any final thoughts?
Well, there's a lot there. Sure. Yeah. When we talk about Westphalia, 1648, the end of 30 years of Protestants and Catholics killing each other off, and finally they figured, there's probably a better way to do this, and they came to an agreement that there would be national boundaries, there would be sovereignty, there would be respect for national boundaries. People wouldn't invade other countries. That stuck. That was good, That stuck pretty much. Well, with some exceptions, but let's take it down to 2022, today. What happened? Well, there had been a coup in Kiev arranged by the West. Was that a violation of Westphalia? Well, if you recognize that this was hard up against the Russian border, one could look at it that way. In any case, Russia, you hear in the mainstream media, invaded Ukraine provoked. That is as big a lie as weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Russia was provoked. How was Russia provoked? Well, among other things, it was exactly how John F. Kennedy was provoked by the Russians putting intermediate range, or really medium range, ballistic missiles in Cuba and arming them with nuclear warheads. Now, what did that do? That put Washington and Omaha, Nebraska, head of the Strategic Air Command at the time, within minutes of being destroyed without hardly any warning, within minutes. And what's the analogy here? I mean, what's Putin have to worry about? He has to worry about holes in the ground, or capsules, in Romania and Poland that can accommodate medium-range ballistic missiles overnight. These holes pretend to be anti-ballistic missile holes. They are exactly the right size to accommodate cruise missiles, which can reach Moscow in about 7 to 10 minutes, or hypersonic missiles, which the US apparently is on the verge of gaining, and that would be, count them, 5 minutes, okay? Now, Putin doesn't want to have just 5 minutes to decide whether he has to destroy the rest of the world and accept the destruction of Russia, okay? Is that unreasonable? No, that's not unreasonable. What did Putin do when he called Biden on the 30th of December, 2021, last year? Sudden call. White House didn't know why he called, but to Biden's credit, he accepted the call. The Russian readout from that call said that Joseph Biden promised that Washington had no intention of putting offensive strike missiles in Ukraine. Well, in Ukraine. Like the holes are already in Poland and Romania, he promised not to put them in Ukraine. What happened to that promise? It evaporated. It went into the cracks. It never was mentioned in the negotiations. And 6 weeks later, on the 12th of February, 2022, the Russian readout of the Biden-Putin discussion that day said there was no discussion. There was no answer from the U.S. with respect to medium or offensive strike missiles in Ukraine. So, what do we have here? We have a situation that's very similar to the one that John Kennedy faced in 1962, and I was on active duty 3 weeks short of being sent to Key West, right opposite Cuba. I was at Fort Benning, okay? It was real. It was almost the end of the world. Now, Putin, he's faced with medium-range ballistic missile holes just now, but all it takes is the equivalent of an electrical line repair truck to come in and put in a Tomahawk cruise missile or some kind of hypersonic missiles. And he has to contend that, as Putin does, with 5 minutes warning time. Doesn't want that. He's not going to tolerate that. So that's the bottom line with respect to the strategic situation. Westphalia, that's headed today. The new rubric is rule-based strategic system. Okay. Now, what does that mean? Well, look it up in Google. You won't find anything. It's something made up by the United States to replace not only Westphalia, but the United Nations Charter. Okay. Now, does Russia know that? Yeah, Russia knows that. Here's the kicker. Who else knows that? The biggest and most powerful country in the world, name is China, and the big new tectonic shift is that China and Russia are together with other people in the non-white world. And so when you hear people talking about isolating Russia, well, it's really the lily white West against the rest of the world, most of whom happen to be people of color. That's big. That's what we face here. Problem is that the sophomores that are advising Biden don't get it. They still think that the United States is exceptional, indispensable, and can do what the hell it wants. It can't, okay? Now, I'll just sum up here by quoting one of my favorite poets, Rudyard Kipling, okay? And what he said about this kind of situation, West and East, he said this: "It is not wise for the Christian white to hustle the Asian brown. For the Christian riles and the Asian smiles, and he weareth the Christian down. At the end of the fight lies a tombstone white with the name of the late deceased, and the epitaph drear, a fool lies here who tried to hustle the East." Thank you very much. Dona, Nobis, Pacem.
Thank you very much, Ray. That's very, very, very useful, I think, for everyone to contemplate and ponder. Harley, final thoughts.
Well, I'll be brief. Let's take a look back at the intention that Helga had and Dennis had in convening this discussion today, to send a wake-up call to our viewers, a wake-up call that we're headed toward destruction unless we change course, unless we find an exit off this path toward nuclear Armageddon. Now, just going back to Westphalia for a moment, one of the keys to the Westphalian peace treaty was respect for the interest of the other, the legitimate interests of the other nation. This is coherent with the golden rule of Christianity, as well as the fundamental beliefs of almost all religions, that you listen and respect the other and treat them as fellow human beings. We veered away from that. And the reason we veered away from that is that we had an imperial interest, namely centered around the person of Tony Blair, traveling the world saying Westphalia is over. It's now what Ray was just talking about, the rules-based order, the power of an empire to impose its will on every nation in the world. That's not going to happen. There's, as President Putin has said, a fundamental transformation taking place. This is a transformation that would benefit all nations, not because Putin is so well-meaning, it's that because he's realistic. We can't continue in the direction we're going with the collapse of the Western system and the efforts to use the military of the United States and NATO to force every other nation to submit to it. So the wake-up call is to discover the actual principles of statecraft, which have been blotted out of history, which are not reported by any media, which are not discussed by any so-called statesman. But we're reviving them. And there's a document that Helga Zepp-LaRouche drafted, the 10 fundamental principles that underlie the basis of a new security and financial architecture. It's available on the Schiller Institute website. We want people to discuss it, to study it, to make this the center of the process by which we move away from this dangerous moment in history into a period where we can have the time and luxury to discuss which approach to economic development would be best. But if we don't get off this road to war, we're not going to have that luxury.
All right, well, thank you very much, Harley, and thank you very much, Ray and David Pine. We want to thank all of the other persons that spoke: Helga Zepp-LaRouche, Eva Bartlett, Diane Sare. And by the way, let me also announce that we were unable to have Colonel Ralph Broussard join us. There was a technical problem being able to connect him. So we apologize for that. We were asked about that. And Steve Starr, of course, Colonel Black, and we will just say that what we've just tried to do is to give you the most comprehensive, and I think you got that, discussion about the prospects for a way for the citizens, for all of us, to engage in a process of waging peace. This doesn't mean that we're going to be successful, but no one who ever waged the great battle knew that they were going to be successful beforehand. They may have believed in their cause. They may have understood that their cause meant that they were fighting perhaps on the side of that which was right and just, but the outcome was not foreseen. Certainly, the horror that has become the so-called Ukraine conflict, because it's not a Ukraine conflict, it's a world war in pieces, as Pope Francis has indicated, means that if it is required for us all to change our thinking in order to stop a war, as frightening as that may seem to be to some people, it seems to be a whole lot easier than everybody dying in the entire human race or large portions of it, or for there to become a kind of spiritual death of the human race, despite the fact that some of us may survive. We're on the verge of that, or we're on the verge of changing that. And we brought you this today within the confines of the holiday season. Christmas for some, Hanukkah for others, and different dates and different ways of and just merely the holiday season for others. We brought it to you in this context because the whole notion is a new dispensation is required. That new dispensation may mean that we are compromising not our principles but our ideologies in favor of actually recognizing that there's a higher sense of justice, equality, and identity for humanity as a whole. I think that Lyndon LaRouche's approach to that summed that up well at the end, but I also think that whatever summary, whatever speech, whatever policy is stated, what's really critical is to go at this process with the intent that is contained in the song Dona, Nobis, Pacem, which has been referenced several times here. We do and have encouraged that people all over the world use this as a kind of motto that would be a kind of we shall overcome for those that are about the business of bringing about a higher peace in the world. There are world leaders that have posed the fact that poverty is one of the greatest forms of violence. It is a form of war. And that form of war against billions should be stopped. And there is a way in which we can all collaborate to do that. There are many problems facing humanity, which persons like John F. Kennedy, for example, in his speech at American University in 1963, imposing a joint space program between the Soviet Union and the United States, coming only about 8 months after that confrontation around Cuba, recognized that there was a way to, in fact, carve a stone of hope, as was once said by Dr. Martin Luther King. And so today, as we leave you, we hope that you will join us in the pursuit of waging peace, and that you find whatever way you find most appropriate to do that. But we are here and we are available and we are attempting to act as a kind of beacon, at least to shine light on the honest, looking for the honest and looking for those that truly wish to not merely end peace, but to cause humanity to finally enter into its adulthood, where all of us not only recognize that we are each equal, but we all are each also divine in the sense that we have souls capable of understanding that the role of mankind in the universe, of humanity in the universe, is of bringing life to the universe, not death. So on behalf of the Executive Intelligence Review, I want to thank everybody for participating in today's symposium and wish you well.